Okay. Yeah, this is day 2. We played a handful of games in day 1, whatever that looked like. We played like 13 games. We were like 10-3 with the deck. Losing to the mirror a couple times. That was before the tournament last weekend. We played a little bit to... Did I cut my hair? I did trim it a little bit, yeah. I got a trim. Every time that my partner gets her hair colored, I usually go in. Because there's a lot of sitting and waiting, so I sneak in between and get a trim. The beard looks much less out of control. Thank you. The ends of the this are much better as well. Yeah, I played a little bit before the tournament just to test some of the changes in the deck, and then that's how I got to like the 3 Pinocchios and stuff. And then this is kind of where I'm sitting at now-ish post-tournament. Something that I think I'm gonna try. Like, I'm trying the 1 whale. It's entirely possible that the whale should just be the 4th Maleficent Dragon. I'm currently not running any Mal 3s, the Mal Sorcerer, but it is possible that we want a little bit of extra draw, and we'll adjust some of these numbers to be able to include some later. But I'm also running the 1 spellbook for the mirrors. So there are new game modes now. There's the hardcore ranked, which is new. It's entirely ELO based, which we probably won't play until we're done with this grind, because I believe that it's completely separate from this. So we're just gonna jam the best of 1 until we get to the finish here, and then we will we'll kind of go from there. Yeah, Pixelborn could probably use that. I mean, it might be something that that down the road we'll take a look at doing, unless you mean something that was built in. I don't think there was anything built in, but I suppose it's possible. But yeah, so we'll battle a little bit today. I don't think that I have anything going on this weekend, so we'll probably battle quite a bit, I imagine. We got the mini and the snake, that's good. We have a rabbit. We'll probably just get rid of the Medusa, and then it's just players fixing decks. We'll just keep Medusa, it's fine. I didn't want anything else anyway. So we're going to steal purple. I'm going to get rid of the goat, I think. Just play this and pass. Yeah, it's something that maybe we'll could do for channel points or something. Could even just have people send in decks, and then I spend a day doing some of that or whatever. Something to think about at least. So quest, now that I have the fox, I think I can just get rid of the Maui. Fox is a little bit more useful, not like incredibly so, but a little bit more. Let's do this. It would be nice to have a Pinocchio, so that we can actually interact with what they're doing, but the Medusa does help with that a little bit. Let's kind of play our normal game and then get to the point of doing Medusa. Yeah, the, Alright, how are you? But Zeph is a good player, and sometimes, like, I won the die roll, so that helped a lot. Definitely, if he was on the play, that game is a lot more difficult or even impossible, because they just get to do all their things a full turn earlier, which can be pretty rough. Razul. While this character has no damage, he gets +2, so it is a 3/3. We can get rid of the Minnie Mouse, and we can just quest here and replace it with a fox, I think, and pass. The fox ends up being fine. But we have another rush thing, and we can set up the snake to go with the rabbit later better than we can with the fox here. So since we weren't really doing anything else that turn, may as well upgrade our thing to the fox, as we still have a bounce in our hand. I'm curious what they're actually playing, like pirates, perhaps? I would assume that it is still something similar to a Jafar deck, just with a little bit more juice in the early game. This is considered a captain. It is a captain. I see. Yeah, I've lost like 3. I'm like, I think 10-3 right now as far as my total score since the grind started. But we were adjusting the deck a little bit too. Today I haven't lost any. But red-purple is kind of like that. Some matchups you just like draw bad and lose, you know? We're just gonna play the rabbit, see what we draw. We'll just kill this Razul. I don't even have to kill Razul. Let him keep it. Who cares? Even if they don't get the extra damage on Smee, it just like doesn't matter. We're probably gonna Maui it anyway. I think, given that the gauntlet was sort of thrown down for like games played to get to GM, I may just you know, whatever, play 200 games of red-purple, and then get to GM, and then we'll do some other decks to do the like best of 3 grind or whatever. Like now that there's the hardcore ranked mode, we can do it there. So they do have a Jafar, so in theory they can Jafar wheel, which is unfortunate because we don't have a great answer to it right now. Let's draw 2 cards. That's a bit unfortunate. So we have answers to what they're doing. We just don't have them now, and we definitely don't have them in our hand. But I think that's fine. Unfortunately, we don't get to Medusa here. Probably don't actually need Rafiki, and I might need the teeth. I don't think the play is to draw a card here. I don't actually think it's to Queen's Castle. I think we're supposed to just kill 2 of these. And then have a Jafar or a Maui in play. So if they hit us into the hook, we just get to kill their Jafar. And they'll be at 11, which is fine. How long would it take to jam 200 games? I mean, red-purple's a little slower than your average deck, I would say. It's probably 10 to 15 minutes, maybe 20 a game. It just depends on your matchups. So if we assume even on the high side that we're getting like 3 games an hour, or on the low side 3 games an hour, I mean, it's probably a couple of weeks worth of grinding then. But I feel like we can probably do a little faster than that. Yeesh, this hand. We're probably just going to die to the Jafar then, if we don't draw into a hook here. It's unfortunate, because they can just double wheel us if they have one. Not an ideal draw here. We can actually still rip it, right? We can ink this, and we can just snake the rabbit back. Draw an extra card. Never even close. Give this evasive, bash here. And we'll pass. I still don't like that they're at 11, but at least we are getting close to the point where we have like further answers to deal with it. And since they haven't really blue fairied us, like we're in a lot better of a position than we would have been if we didn't have the ability to kill that Jafar this turn. Obviously, if we don't kill it this turn, we're in a pretty bad spot. Losing 2 Medusas is unfortunate in this matchup. Because some of their, well, all of their better cards just die to Medusa, so... Depending on what they play here, I may just develop the Queen's Castle. Just to make it so that they have to make a choice on what they're playing in the future turns here. Blue Fairy plus Jafar, I guess. A little Jafar, sure. I mean, we may just lose to another big Jafar shift. We don't really have a ton of actual proactive answers to things. Could just B-prep this board, actually. I don't even necessarily hate that. Because it also prevents a bunch of their card draw. I don't hate that. Let's do that and pass. And then I have a world where I just like double Queen's Castle into like Maleficent. But we'll see what they draw or what they play here. They may just play Jafar, which would not be awesome, but is a very reasonable line for them to take in this spot. And since we don't have specifically like Pinocchio Maui in hand, we can't really answer it super well. I just play Beast, that's fine. It's annoying, but like a single Beast on its own is somewhat manageable. So they've got 4 cards left. Nice sequencing. Likely means that they have a whole new world here. Given that they probably have whole new world, maybe the play is just double castle. Make them have something that they have to deal with. Because then we still have Maleficent, and if they do draw 7 new cards, like, we're pretty likely going to draw into things like Medusa and B-Prep then. I don't worry too much about them drawing a single card. It's when they draw like 6 or 7 extra cards that it's a problem. So we're still a few cards ahead of them. This can put them up to 14. Robin Hood is not really a card. It's okay here. Draws them a card, certainly. It does make it a little tricky, because it does get them a little bit closer to their lore. They may not quest with Beast, because it's vulnerable to Maui then, but it's kind of hard to say. Depends on how much they value the card draw. They might be thinking about actually casting a whole new world here if they have one. If they were, I probably wouldn't have cast the Robin, because it's kind of mid, but... they're just looking to attack the locations, sure. That's actually fine. I guess they're gaining so much lore because it's 7 already here, that if they quest with the Blue Fairy, like, they can already just kill us. No, they can't, right? That's still only 19. Interesting choice, then. So here, this is 2, 3, 4, 5. I could just... like, Dragon the Beast here. Which I don't hate. Let's just Dragon the Beast and pass. They still have both of these castles that they have to deal with, and unless they're playing goats, which I don't know how many goats this deck can really afford to fit in, they're not threatening us this turn specifically. If the Maleficent Dragon lives, we are in a spot where we can, like, Rabbit plus Snake plus Rabbit again to try and find something like a B-Prep to sing it with the Maleficent, which I would be inclined to do some amount of the time here. That makes it a little bit worse for us, but they're not really pushing lore if they're doing that. They can... play another Robin, sure. if we don't draw a B prep next turn, it's going to be pretty rough. Like, because admittedly our hand is pretty dog water. If they decide not to quest again, like, I don't know what to tell you then. If they're just killing a Queen's Castle here, I don't really see how they're winning the game. Like, if they just quest with Smee and quest with the Blue Fairy, like, then it's B prep or bust, and now we actually have a full opportunity turn here if we brick. I guess if they play another thing, then that doesn't work. Well, gotta draw 2 cards. We hit a Maui. Not exactly the best find here. We can hit either Smee or Robin here, so that we're not just dead. We're still pretty far from winning with Goat. And we may need to keep this to try and draw 2 cards. I'm considering inking the Goat here. Which I don't particularly love, but I don't really see how we're winning this game with just Goat, because we'll go to 12 off of this, potentially. I think it's probably just Maui here. Ink the Goat. And then we can kill either Robin or just a Smee. It doesn't particularly matter which one we kill. They draw an extra card with the Robin. May as well kill this one then. I don't really care that much if they draw the extra card. Let's do that. We'll do this, and we'll put it in the location and pass. So what this does, because we're putting the Maui in the location, is if they don't answer either the castle or the Maui, we get to draw an extra card, which is obviously nice. We're still in sort of B prep or bust, but this can give us an extra card. And again, if they don't quest out or quest with at least some of these, then we're not necessarily at risk of dying. And if they decide to like bash all out on this castle, then it gives us another window for us to be able to draw the B prep and still live, right? Or they just have Goat and then we lose, and that's fine. Like, our draw was pretty mid, and losing the double Medusa was a bit unfortunate. They tank. Sure. I guess it lets them draw a card. At 19, even if we do manage to get the B prep this turn, I still don't feel like we're in an awesome position. But it could be worse for us, I guess, if we find it this turn. So we're at 12. We didn't find it there. We get to draw 2 cards with this. And we can still draw 1 extra card with the rabbit, I guess. Alright, we hit it there. We don't have an option. It's kind of forced, so we'll just B prep and pass. Draw our extra card off the rabbit here. Alright, so now our opponent has the ability, if they play 2 things, probably just to kill us, because we're likely not going to be able to deal with 2 things in a turn. But we do have them on a relatively fast clock here, between the spellbook and the castle. If they don't have enough bodies for us not to be able to like kill the thing that they play each turn, then we'll maybe be fine. They could just have a lot of removal in their hand and we'll be okay. We'll find out. A Pinocchio would be a good draw here. There's a Jafar plus just a Whole New World. That's unfortunate for us. We did rip a Medusa though, so that's good. Hopefully they don't have another 2-drop. Because I would like to not have to B-prep this if I can. Unfortunate. That will do. Do we have enough to do more than one thing? This is 6, 10, 11, 12. Sure, that'll work. We don't really need to draw extra cards with the castle here. I don't think that matters. So we do this on Razul, like so. We do Teeth and Ambitions on the Jafar. And then we'll play a goat. Go to 15 and then pass. And then this is 16, 17, 18, 19, and then be prepared as 20 if they don't remove what's on the board. And if they do, we still have a few follow-ups. And we can always just be prep. Like, we're essentially, if they don't have any instant lore gain like a goat, we have them in be prepared death range. So we have 2 turns to just kill them with the Queen's Castle on its own. So if they don't answer the castle or the things that are on board, we're in a pretty good spot here. But if they just have play 2 things that don't immediately gain lore, then it won't really matter. Jafar is fine. Looks pretty good for us here. This was a pretty long game, though. So they play Tink. This is the reason that I decided not to shoot the goat and shot the Medusa instead, is in case they did play that. Because now we actually just have the ability to win here. Alright, GG, opponent. Alright, so that will put us at 1-0 today. 14 total games. And we'll go again. Not a bad start. We didn't really get to sort of take advantage of the whale there at all, because we were a bit on the back foot the whole time. Most of our Medusas got destroyed, but yeah, the location makes it pretty straightforward there to just kind of control the board, deal with the location, and then we'll be okay. So we're against blue steel. In general, we don't need the 1-drops as much, but we do need the ink. I would like some draw. We don't necessarily need the Felicia here. Let's maybe do this, and then see if we can get a rabbit. We got a Friends. Not exactly the same, but it's fine. I don't know if I'm even going to really play much of these 1-drops. I'm certainly not playing Rafiki here. I think I can play a mini just in case we need to teeth something. It also gives us a bounce target that should live to most of the things that they're doing. And if we're able to quest with this and get in 2 or 3 lore, I think that's fine. It also doesn't die to Queen of Hearts or whatever. Like this, we could even teeth next turn, potentially. Just so that they don't have it as a shift target on a few turns. I think we're not going to have time for all of these dragons. They're likely going to wheel us before we have the opportunity to use those. So I think I'm just going to do this. We'll remove the Cindy off the board as a threat, and then it'll allow us to get in a little bit of lore. I would like to draw a fox next turn. I would even accept a snake just to be able to bounce this mini. We don't necessarily want to use this Friends on the Other Side as just like our whole turn 3 play. I will if I have to, which it looks like maybe is the case. Do it. Climb up and battle me. I think we'll get rid of the Maleficent and just draw 2 cards. Say go. Not a great hand. The ruling for location, how apply? I might need a little elaboration on what your question is. Like, are you talking about the timing and when you gain lore, or... being on the draw is really not ideal here. I'm wondering if I'm supposed to just play the Queen's Castle by damage in locations. How to apply damage to locations? You just challenge them with your characters. It's just like they have willpower, just like a normal character. So in this case, this one has 7 willpower. So once it takes 7 damage from characters, then it's then it dies. So I have a couple of choices. I can play Rabbit. I can play Goat, or I could play this Castle. I think I'm just going to play the Castle and pass. And if they end up trying to just destroy the location directly with a spell, I think that's okay. Because it makes this beast vulnerable potentially to this Maui, which is what we're trying to hopefully set up for. Yeah, they Rise of the Titans, which is fine, because it ends up being their whole turn. And playing the Rabbit really didn't help us a ton in that spot anyway. And I would rather throw off what their game plan is for this turn, because if they're planning on whole new worlding, like, we need to be able to find something that can stop this beast. And if they're not going to whole new world and they're just going to quest, then that's also fine. If they do none of those things, you know, it is what it is. Am I really getting rid of another Maleficent Dragon? We could hold on to it for now and get rid of the Goat. Like, I'm thinking about just playing the Rabbit. Or just playing, maybe just playing the Maui straight up. Hey, Phil Collins. Thanks for hanging out. Any of the choices that we make here feels incorrect, right? All of them feel like great lines. Thanks, hope you're having fun. Appreciate the follow. Like, any play that we make here, there's pros and cons to it. We are 4 ink away from the Maleficent, but I don't see when we're playing this Goat in the next several turns. I think it's just this, and then we pass. Because A, it takes it off the board, so they stop questing with it. I probably could have quested with the mini here, actually. That was a bit of a mistake. Because if they decide to just hit it with the beast, I don't really care. So this was maybe an error. If they just play Cindy, that's fine. If they opt to play another beast, it's annoying but manageable. Because we have these Medusas, we can just start removing them. And then it also adds to our board. So we'll do it this way. So they draw 1 extra card off of this one, and then we'll be able to take it off the board. And if we get another ink, we'll use it. If not, we will just ink the dragon. If we have to. But we definitely need to remove this beast off the field if possible. Are they just going to kill our Medusa, or what's the line here? Ramp more. Okay. I can appreciate that. And then they play Bell. Sure. Don't really think Bell matters enough. Because I can just do this. We can ink Maui. And just quest and pass. And if they want to Mickey our mini, I'm okay with that. And if they just want to gain 5 with their Bell, I also am okay with that. I feel like we're in a good position here. The scariest thing that our opponent can do is ink and then double swords. Mostly because we're a full turn away from the Maleficent and it lets them gain 10 with the Bell. But it would have to be exactly double swords with an inkable. Like, Along Came Zeus really doesn't matter. Especially not on the Maui. Like, I can understand why they're removing the Maui, especially since we inked another one, but the Bell is still vulnerable to these Medusas as it stands. I don't know if they understand what the goal is in this matchup for us versus them. Like, we are just trying to make the game go as long as possible, because our late game is better than theirs. Which you would think is not the case, but it is often the case that our late game is better than theirs. We'll ink that, we'll play this, get the whale, and then we'll pass. And if we don't draw an inkable next turn, I'm fine just to play the whale and skip an ink. If we do end up hitting an inkable, then we can play the Maleficent if we want, but we don't necessarily have to use it, and we can just play the whale instead. Because the whale makes it so that they can't really ever play locations favorably. And it can be a pretty safe quester in this matchup. They have, like, maybe 2 answers in their whole deck that can cleanly answer a Maui or a whale. If they are just playing Bell, I think I'm fine Maleficenting the Bell. And then just removing it. And then we'll just quest out here. And if they have another item with the Flaversham to draw, that's fine. We'll just kill it with the Maleficent and we'll move on with our life. Or we could even kill it with the Medusa plus a rabbit. We'll see how this turn looks. The Hades, sure. Puts us to 10. So if we have a draw off these rabbits, like, we're going to be able to be pretty favored against our opponent. If they Flaversham this Medusa, like, yeah, I don't think that they understand who's supposed to be the beatdown and who's supposed to be the control in this matchup. Which is fine. I mean, that's generally favorable for us. I'm wondering if I should... Maybe I just play the whale here and hold the rabbit. I think we'll do that. Let's do this. So I'm playing the whale here to threaten this Hades, and also threaten if they play any locations. So they will have to have another Hades in order to be able to answer this whale. Or, like, double Along Came Zeus. Or, like, Zeus plus Smash. It's going to be hard for them to have something like that. They likely are going to Whole New World here, which is the reason that I didn't play the rabbit. They're going to have to dig into something a little bit more than what we have currently, because they're just not winning on the board. Which makes this whale even better. So we have Medusa, which can clean something up. Okay, so they found their other Hades. That is good against the whale here. We can actually kill everything that's on the board as it stands and still quest with our 2 rabbits. We can just do Medusa plus Maui. And then we have, like, goat, snake, another snake. Like, we're in a pretty good position here, because we can remove all the Hades and still go to 11. And then we can have a turn where we, like, castle, snake, goat, or double castle the turns thereafter. So we can Medusa the untapped one. We can Maui the exerted one. Just quest here, quest here. This is 8-12. Yeah, we don't need the Rafiki. I'm not very likely to do all of this in one turn, but I may do the double castle. Yeah, I could do double castle goat. Well, we'll see. We'll see what they play. We may end up doing like a snake on the Medusa, replay the Medusa, play a castle kind of line. Let's see what they run out. Their deck does not really have very good cards in it, if we're honest. Sure. We draw a card. It's full of a lot of, like, kind of mopey nonsense. Like Tinkerbell. Yeah, sure. Tinkerbell resolves. They're likely going to use that to Whole New World. We don't need Felicia. It's certainly not even good for this matchup anyway. This is 2, 4. I'm debating between the goat and just the spellbook. I'm just going to play the spellbook. Tick this up. If I play Rafiki, they can just shoot it with their Tinkerbell, which is awkward. Maybe I'll just do this and pass. I should have actually just quested with the Medusa. Because if they want to attack it with their Tinkerbell, I don't really care. Because then they're not hitting the castles. So that was a bit of a mistake. Like, if they attack here, like, then that's fine. Because then the castles are unaffected. But between all of this and then what we have in our hand, if they're not Whole New Worlding this turn, that's good for us. If they do Whole New World, that means that they're probably not challenging the castles very well. And then we have the ability to just win with this stuff. But if they do deal with the castles and stuff, then that means that they probably didn't Whole New World. And then we can play our goat bounce, because we have enough ink for that. This is 4, 6, 10. I guess we're a little bit short of doing it all, but we can do most of it. Yeah, they play Cinderella. Yeah, that's not going to be enough. We even get to draw an extra card here. It looks like this game is kind of over. So we go to 16, we go to 17, 18, goat, bounce. And then that'll take care of that one. Alright, record is 2, puts it at 15 games played. What are we in for ranked? Oh, we're in bronze now. Right. Oh, it's no longer Jim's location, but the deck list the link should still be the same. Because Jim is cut, so. We go second. Just get rid of these two. Yeah, that's a good hand. Yeah, we're trying out the one whale. We haven't really gotten to see it super shine, but it did seem pretty good against our last opponent. They actually had to remove it with Hades, otherwise it was just going to bully them. But if we just have another thing that is good that needs to be Hades, like, that's fine. What did they just ink there? An Ursula, right. Given that, I think I do remove the Teeth and Ambitions, even though it is generally pretty good against this matchup. And then I think I'm just going to play the Felicia and pass. So we're going to see how good Felicia is in this matchup. I generally think that it will be pretty solid. Being a 3-1, because it can't be Cloud Kickered. Alright, they played this. We have no targets, because we planned to not have targets. So I think we can Felicia and just hit here. And then just get rid of the fishhook, because we don't necessarily... Well, we could use the fishhook at this game, actually. We get rid of the Minnie Mouse. So we do it this way. So we bash here. So that's gone. And then I think Maui is a bit unnecessary in this matchup. It's good, but it's unnecessary. I think the play is just to do Snake and bounce this and pass. So this was just as good as Rafiki would have been, which is nice. We're set up in such a way that we may be able to replay this or the Rafiki on the next turn, especially if they play an Ursula. This is a bit of a hedge against something like the Tinkerbell, so that we do have an out to it. They bounce their Ursula. Sure. I don't really think that that matters. Huh. Interesting. I'm really debating on whether or not we just want to develop all these castles. We just might. Could also just play 2 of these and then threaten whatever they're doing. But we don't necessarily have to. Is Felicia better than Rafiki here? Felicia can't really be Cloud Kickered, which is nice. Let's just ink Felicia here. I'm going to play the hook. I'm just going to pass. This gives us the ability to give the Snake evasive as well. And they shouldn't have a ton of ways of removing items. They may have some, like 1 at best. So they play a goat, which is good. It makes the castle a lot worse, certainly. Makes me want that Felicia back, for sure. We should probably remove the goat. How much ink are we going to be at? And do we think that they have crab? Wish we were 1 deeper. With the ink, so that we could do this next turn. But I think this is going to be my play. We're just going to hit here, and then I'm going to run out the Rafiki. And then either of those plus the hook can threaten the Snake. And if they specifically run out Ursula, then, then they got me. If they're just going to Cloud Kicker the Rafiki, that's fine. Because we can still just Pinocchio here. And just kill it. Which I think is fine. So let's buff this. Trade here. And just replay that. And if I have to get rid of the Queen's Castle, I will to play this Medusa. But ideally, we don't have to. This makes it so that the Ursula can't really attack for free. They bounce their Cloud Kicker, sure. Interesting that they decide to attack there anyway. I wish they weren't at 9. It's an unfortunate number. This card is actually good against us here. Because it makes the Medusa a little awkward. We know that their hand is like Cloud Kicker and something. Okay, what if I hit here? And then if I draw 2, it really doesn't forward anything sort of that even resembles a game plan. But we could protect our Rafiki then by giving it evasive. And then we have this to follow back. Yeah, let's pass. Because we can use the Maui pretty easily as well to kill this fox. And if they decide to just Cloud Kicker Rafiki, that's fine, because it's something that we can ink then too. So they play the Curse Merfolk. It's going to put them up to 13. Hit here, evasive, play Rafiki. Alright, we are very close to being able to take this game back over, which is nice. It's a good spot to be. So we do this, we give Maui evasive, and we hit the fox down. And then we say go. And then we're going to be able to Medusa either the Curse Merfolk or something else. And if we can't do it on the Curse Merfolk and we need to hit something else, that's also fine. Because we can just attack it and discard something. And it's not the end of the world. I would rather probably Medusa it, but if that's not an option, it's fine. The rabbit is a little annoying. It doesn't add a ton to the board. They inked. Interesting. What did they ink for? Are they going to play another, like a Flynn Rider from their hand? They're just doing nothing. I see. If we kill Rabbit, Curse Merfolk, and the Cloud Kicker, I could just save Medusa. We can get rid of the Rabbit. Like, we can ink here, get rid of the Rabbit, save the Medusa, and then play this. That might be better, actually. I mean, even playing this might be better. Because, like, we can attack here, get rid of the Rabbit. We can attack here with the Maui. We can attack here with the Rafiki. Give this evasive. Play this. Play this. And then put the Maui into the location. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then we can let them go to 14 with the Rabbit, and I think that's acceptable. So we'll do that, we'll do this. Because then this can still clean something else up later. So we'll play the castle, put Maui into the castle, we'll play this, give this evasive and pass. And then now we actually have some pressure on board, that unless they specifically have Fox, we're in an okay position here. Them drawing the goat there is probably our worst case scenario. because it gets them a lot closer to victory here. And we don't have a great way of slowing that down. We can deal with most of this board. We can kill this and this. We can't deal with the goat this turn. I think it's pretty forced. We have to do this. I think we have to ink here. I think we give this evasive. We take out the rabbit. We hope that they don't draw a bounce for this goat so that we can clean it up with the Maui, I guess. Leave them at 17, which is still not an awesome spot to be. But we'll quest here, we'll put that in the thing and say go. We're going to need to draw, like, pretty well to win from this spot, because they had the double goat this game. Well, I don't know why they played Queen's Castle instead of goat there. I feel like that's an error on their part. We play this. We juice Maui. We take out the location. I mean, they have us dead to rights anyway, right? Because they go to 18, 19 with this, and I don't think I can gain enough lore, so maybe it just doesn't matter. Just the ranking. I don't know if my elo was really updated anyway, so I'd only played like 6 games. I can gain 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm just like a million miles away from it. Yeah, I guess they're just going to kill us with the goat no matter what I do. That's a shame. Yeah, I guess we lose. Man, had to be like Snake specifically there for us to lose to that goat. I wonder if there was a spot where I could have not allowed them to quest with like one of the Cursed Merfolk sooner. That would have been a better position. Because even drawing all these cards, I don't think we'll have any real answer to that. Shame. I definitely feel like I messed that game up somewhere, though. Maybe it was the turn where I let them quest with the extra Curse Merfolk, instead of just killing it with Medusa, and left them with the Fox instead. Like, that may have been an extra 2 plus a discard that we could have avoided. But it's hard to know. We could have also developed the castle a little bit sooner. Though they did have an awful lot of the amethyst cards this game, and less of the green ones. Yeah, I believe that we are just dead, because we can't deal with the goat. So we just lose. Okay, fair enough. Unfortunate. Definitely, I would have to watch that game back to see if that would have made a big difference. Killing the 2 lore. We were also on the draw, which is not ideal in that matchup. But possibly just getting the location down sooner would have been enough to like kind of keep up with what they were doing. His hand is particularly not strong. Like this maybe. It's a much better hand in this matchup. I like all of these cards, actually. Maybe Maui's the worst of them. Am I really developing this on 4? I don't think I am. I don't think I am, so let's just ink the Queen's Castle. I assume that it was an ELO reset too. But even if it wasn't, I hadn't really played a lot of ELO games at all for it. I think I had played a total of like maybe 3 games that would have like less than 10 games that would have been past the 1200, like whatever the base number was, because I didn't play it all in season whatever 0.3, like 2.3. I was doing other stuff. Teeth and ambitions. Are they gonna teeth our Rafiki? Probably. I guess in this spot we're probably... Oh, all the reset. Oh, that makes sense. That would make sense then for sure. I mean, I guess we're just like in a world where they have Gaston. So we're kind of just in the spot to do this friends and then trade that with the Gaston and then play some rabbits. I wonder if this Gaston is secretly the juice in this deck, since they're likely playing the blue Gaston. I think the blue Gaston, like the shift, is really good. Whoa, Talisman. They got some spice. Ooh, that's sick. I mean, it's not good because it's just gonna die to our thing, but I like where they're at with it. Oh my goodness, they sang one jump ahead too. Getting Gaston buried here. Maybe we don't sing Friends on the Other Side so that we can, like, Maui the stupid Motani. Probably. We need Fishhook in this matchup? Most likely, yes. Maybe we just don't need Friends at all. What if we just didn't need Friends at all this game? And then next turn we'll just, like, we'll Motani it, or we'll Maui it, and then... Or even just hit it with these two. Because then we also have this we could even hit it with. So we'll deal with their Motani, and then we'll also deal with the Gaston. Since I have a second rabbit... Jeez. Since I have a second rabbit, I don't actually need this one as much. So I would be fine with trading this with the Gaston as well. If it was an option. I play a Popsicle, sure. Aw, please quest with that mini. Do it. They can't. They were looking to put it into the thing. So we don't necessarily need an additional Maui. One is probably fine. I think I can get rid of this. I can just play the hook. I can buff the rabbit. And then just hit the Motani. And then pass. And then next turn we can probably, like, rabbit snake. Because this Gaston's gonna bash into our rabbit here. They have not ramped a ton. A little bit. But for the double ramp here, they're only up by 2. So that doesn't really matter so much. They play another Motani. Sure. They are able to take their Gaston and put it into the Inkwell then if they pay 1 for it. It's reasonable. Or are they going to do it with the Stitch instead of the Gaston? Okay, we've been got. Is this many Motanis really the business here? I guess. I guess it is. We'll leave the Motani in play if we play the rabbit, unless we just buff here and leave the rabbit in play. Do we think that they're going to kill our rabbit, is the real question. You don't care if Motani's in play for a turn. This will be useful this game. I was going to keep all the goats, but given this, I guess I'm fine just gambling with the rabbit here. They only have 2 cards left anyway. And I'm fine putting this rabbit's life on the line. If they do, we're just going to end up doing this strategy, I think, for a while. Ink, Teeth, and Ambitions to play Tamatoa. To play Tremaine. Oh no, we've been had. We've been had. What will I do? I guess it's probably just goats. We have enough foxes that I don't need this Maui anymore as much. Let's just do it this way. Good thing I didn't actually get to click pass because of the animation. So I definitely wanted to attack there. Top of their deck will be pretty juicy here. They ripped a Maui, that's fine. We can use a fox to kill this Tremaine anyway if we still want, which I think we probably will do. See what their last card is. It is a Mama Odie. Maybe I just B-prep this board. And then we have the Maleficent as a follow-up. The best thing that they can do is a location off the top, which would gain them 2 before we can kill it if we don't have the Maui. I think that's acceptable. Could have just not inked this turn as well. That was an option. Alright, so they've done nothing. So we'll just play our goat. We'll bounce it with the snake, I think, this time. And then we will just make it evasive and pass. I'm going to hold this 4 locations specifically. Flaversham. It's not ideal for us. It's a good draw. I likely will just Dragon it, assuming that they're going to play another item. We don't want them to draw even more cards off of it. They play 5 for Cogs. Cogs is fine. And Rafiki here. Just blast, draw. Ink or quest with our snake here. Obviously, if they Maui and kill our snake, it's not awesome, but they dragon. Well, that's not good. They can't really quest with Cogsworth, though. And we can just B-prep this if we want. Is that something that I want to do? Maybe I want them to play another card. I think I'd rather them play another card and try to race us, and then we'll B-prep them next turn. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to quest here. We're going to play out the goat. I'm going to play out the snake again. And then I'm just going to give this evasive and pass. Because this on its own, we can trade with our fish hooks as well. Like, we can trade into them. And it's generally very favorable for us, right? Because it's just a fish hook activation plus a snake, which is good. And if we get them to commit an entire extra thing, then then we can B-prep, and then we're still in a pretty good position. So, options. We can hit the Cogsworth to death, still get our 1 in. We can just go to 12 and then B-prep this. I think that's fine. We also get an extra card out of the Stitch, which I think is reasonable. I am going to do this first, just to cast it. We don't necessarily need another hook. We can quest here, and then just B-prep. Then we'll pass, because we still have this. We could also just play out a whale next turn, make it evasive, force them to have a real answer. I think I'm kind of okay with this. Make it evasive and pass. So they really only have Maleficent, Dragon, or Hades here. Okay, they have one. Good beats. If they do quest with Cogsworth, I think that'll be a mistake for them. Because now we have the ability to goat. We can mim the goat. And then we can just play a crab instead of activating. Then it puts a crab on the board. We can do this and then just bash that. And then our fox actually gets to live, which is nice. And we can say go. And we've been able to gain a lot of lore just from the goat bouncing, which I think is really important. Like, essentially, we've been able to keep up with what our opponent is doing just from the nature of goat. At this point, if our opponent, well, they get to not lose their Maleficent if they decide to... Yeah, this card just isn't that good, in my opinion. But I guess it is an item. Because it sort of works with some of their bigger threats. I don't know what they're doing here. They're just wasting 2 popsicles. Unnecessarily. So we don't even need to use this B-prep here, actually. I can just do this and then kill it. This kind of demonstrates the power of the fishhook. Like, it allows all of our things to sort of play way up on where they're normally at. I think we just do these 2 things and then pass, and then we're pretty well locked in to win with just this fishhook alone. Or, sorry, just the castle alone. So they quest, they go up to 11. We go up to 17. We will quest with our goat, put it in here. Actually, no, I don't even care. I'm just going to do this. We'll just B-prep. Go to 19. They don't have any real answers to the castle, but we'll play this mini and put it in there anyway, so that we can either win with mini or the castle here. Yeah, Maui without the fishhook just isn't good enough against the locations, in my opinion. So I think if you're running red, you should probably have the full set of Mauis plus at least 2 fishhooks, I think. 2 is a good number, in my opinion. 2 feels pretty favorable, I think. At least it feels like a good number. So I go second. This is the mirror, most likely. The teeth is unnecessary. 1 rat. Okay, they just concede. Fair enough. We take those. Help. 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 Havel, help. Alright, well, I guess I can't get out. Maybe we'll clip that. Does this actually work? Let me see the clip here. It doesn't quite go far enough back, but it's enough for me to submit a bug report. We'll send it to him at least. Alright, well, I guess we will close the game and relaunch it here. It's fine. But we'll at least send it in case they want to look at why that might have happened. So we should be 4-1 today. That is correct. So we'll just go ahead and jump into another game. Odd that they would concede, but they can do what they want. Perhaps their hand was not good after the mulligan, who knows? We go first against blue steel again. We have this into this, which is fine. We can even run out Spellbook on 3 plus these if we want. We don't really need 2 of these, I don't think. I may be okay running out the Spellbook against them. That's an okay hand. I think we're getting rid of... It's actually a tough choice here since we don't have Rabbit. If we're doing this on 3, I guess it's Crab then. I'd like to try and keep the Maui if we can, because Maui is generally good against things like Beast. But we can use this as ink with the snake. We could have also just not played the Minnie Mouse and inked the Minnie Mouse. And then the snake, that would have been an option as well. Keep the crab. Just something to do on 3 other than Spellbook. But I do think that the Spellbook is probably fine to run out. So we'll quest here. Given that we drew another uninkable, I think I'm going to get rid of the castle. I know that our, trying to bully the Titan plan sort of falls apart a little bit if we get rid of the castle, because now, they can just hit the Spellbook and that's a line for them. But I don't think that we can afford to... not do that. We could wait until 4 for the Spellbook, actually, so we can activate it. Or we can run this out on 3 and then just draw a card on 4 and activate. That's another option. Given that we ripped the Rabbit, I'm a bit more inclined to just play the Spellbook here. So the reasoning for Whale is that it is incredibly powerful against locations, because it also works with the fish hook in the same way that Maui does. So you can clear almost any amount of locations if you're so inclined. And because you can pretty well clear any amount of locations, it lets you sort of not worry as much about this matchup, like the blue steel or the blue red, because you can play the whale and then they don't have a ton of reasonable answers for it. Most of the time they're going to have to 2-for-1. If they've decided to add a little bit of Hades to their deck, they have a little bit more to work with, but not an incredible amount more. And it just gives you some interesting choices it could very easily just be an additional Maleficent Dragon, and I think that would be fine. But it also comes down on 7. If you get to untap with it, you can say attack a location, you know, untap it both times, and then untap it again and sing Be Prepared. So you can not only clear a bunch of locations, but you can also clear the board because it is a singer for Be Prepared as well. And because it's inkable, it is, you know, not the best card in the world. You know, Elsa or something is probably better, but Elsa's an uninkable. So that's something that you have to take into consideration a lot, right? At worst, it's ink, which is fine. If we could be running a better card like Elsa, I think that might be favorable in that spot. But as an inkable, I think it's acceptable. So they just inked one of their answers to this spellbook in Rise of the Titans, which means that they probably have an extra one and they just are using that as ink. But it also makes our Queen's Castle a little bit stronger too. Like, I almost just want to run out another Queen's Castle this turn. Or run out our Queen's Castle this turn. We can, like, kill this mini, sing Friends on the other side, run out Queen's Castle, and then, like, put one of these in there. Can they... Let me think for a second. Can they kill the things that are on our board? They could Swords. If I do that line. We could also just kill Flaversham with the Medusa next turn. Yeah, I think it's fine. Like, if they Tink plus attack it with Flaversham, then that would knock it out as well. Let's start with this, because I think that's what we're doing anyway. I think we're inking Rafiki for sure. I think we're always killing this Mickey with this one, and then we're playing the castle here, and then putting the rabbit in there, and then passing. So, like, the best way for them to answer this board is to Swords plus, like, attack the rabbit with the Flaversham, but that doesn't kill the Queen's Castle either. And if their play is just to use Flaversham to draw cards, like, if we get to untap with things in the castle, generally it's pretty easy for us to win the game. I have come to find, because it just draws us cards, which is awesome every time. And next turn, I think we can start doing Spellbook. Like, if they don't have a clean answer to the castle this turn, I think that they're going to be in a really bad spot. I'm surprised that they inked Rise of the Titans. It's definitely one of their best cards in this matchup, for sure. Like, the fact that it can just cleanly answer either a location or the spellbook or whatever, I think is really generally pretty good. So if this Flaversham is not tapped, then I probably just Medusa it. If it is tapped, I'm likely just going to attack it with some amount of this nonsense, and then just use the Medusa on the Captain Hook. We'll see what they do. They still have another thing that they can play. They probably have, like, a Zeus, and they're just trying to figure out what to do with it. So the Along Came Zeus are Snake. Okay. And then they ran out of time. Fair enough. We can Crab, Snake the Crab, and then that can kill that. I don't think we have to do that. I think given what we have here, we can just Bin Rafiki, play Maui, use Maui to take out the Flaversham, and then I think just Quest and then Spellbook. Like, I don't have to commit that much to putting in the castle here. I can just start gaining some lore with this, and I think that's okay too. Because if they have, say, Captain Hook plus another Zeus, and they want to do that this turn, I think I'm okay with that killing the Queen's Castle. Or Rise of the Titans, sure. That's fine. Like, what they're doing there doesn't really get them ahead, so I'm not too concerned about it. And I don't really think that there's any cards that they can play here that I care about at all. Because if they just play Beast, I'm going to Medusa it. If they just cast Whole New World, that might be our worst case scenario. Mostly just because we're losing 2 Medusas, and that's just a very good card in this match. But it doesn't really matter that much. We can just start playing these goats. If they decide to kill the rabbit now, that's a little weird because they did it post-wheel. But, you know, sometimes you mess up with that and you just have to let them draw the card. It's fine. We have another rabbit, so we don't really care. We don't really need the draw right now, but we can set up for this in a couple of turns. I would like to play exactly 6 next turn and then also do Spellbook. So I think it's Ink Felicia, probably Goat, and then bounce the Goat. Seems like a reasonable line, and then activate the Spellbook. Because Felicia's not really at its best in this matchup anyway. So we Goat. We'll Snake, bounce the Goat, and then we'll just activate our Spellbook here. Let's get in for some lore, start closing out the game. At best, I think that they have like 1 Rise of the Titans left, since they inked 1. They are likely not playing 4 in their deck. Somewhere between 2 and 3 would be my assumption. Along Came Zeus killing a Maui is a choice that they can make. It kind of goes to show how strong Maui is in a lot of these matchups, specifically this one, because it is a clean answer to almost any card that they play. And it's kind of just a bully that prevents them from doing a whole lot. Sort of just fill the board with a bunch of nonsense that doesn't matter, a bunch of Captain Hooks. I doubt that they have a shift for these. They could, I suppose, but it's pretty unlikely. I think I'm probably fine doing Goat, maybe Bounce as well, and then like basically doing the same thing that we did last turn. And if they want to trade with the Snake, I think that's fine. So let's ink this. We could also just double Goat. I don't like double Goat as much. Could leave a Goat in play, though, and put the Snake back in our hand if we wanted. I don't necessarily know if that's worth it. I think we quest here and we do this for sure. Yeah, this is probably just fine. Just like put them to 14. Just put pressure on. How many of these goats are gone? I don't even think that we've inked one, so like if they Whole New World us, it just puts us into more goats potentially anyway. And they're on a pretty fast clock with the Spellbook here. I wouldn't love if we didn't have our hand, because I think our hand is pretty good, but they're not really doing a ton by paying 5 for a Whole New World here. And we're in a position now where we can... Let's imagine that we untap with this. We probably just quest out and then be prepared. Just to take out the Gaston and then anything else. Could also just Maleficent, but like I think I'm fine just blowing up the whole board when we have a Spellbook ticking. I assume that they're going to trade here, but then we'll be at 15, 16 already. With a goat, with 2 goats in our hand. There's even a world where we just like, we don't B-prep and we just play like goat, goat, Spellbook. Because that puts us to 15, 16, 17, 18 with double goat in play. And a Spellbook. It's going to be pretty hard for them to win at the spot where they're at then. It's probably what I'll end up doing. Because the McDuck Manor plus this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they're at 10. They're just like not even close to enough, right? 16, 17, 18. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. We'll just race with goats, because this color combo really doesn't have a way of draining lore. And they can't really gain much from where they're at from here. Can gain another 5 and go to 10. And they're just dead to the goats, no matter what. We take those. I don't think that they can mill us either. Ripped another goat off the top anyway. Yep, we'll take it. All right, 5 and 1 today, pretty good. So we're against likely Jafar of some sort. Teeth and Ambitions is probably at its best in a matchup like this. We can ink one Maleficent Dragon and maybe a Queen's Castle as well. This can also be something that we play on 4 in this match too. But we'll get rid of the Be Prepareds and the Medusa for now. Hopefully we can get a little bit more of a reasonable hand. Well, currently we're not doing anything until turn 4, which as far as reasonable hands go, I don't think this is one. Maybe we were supposed to also mull the castle, like just keep a fox and like 1 ink. It's a bit unfortunate. It may not be a problem if they have a slow draw. But this is definitely not a fast draw from our deck here. If our first play is just friends on the other side, like, it's not really where I would want to be with this deck ideally. But it's fine. Interesting. A Robin Hood. Yeah, I guess this other castle just isn't it either. Like we need to get something on the board. Though it is really risky for them to attack here, because if we rip a 1-drop, we just get to fox that and kill it. Kind of an odd choice, I suppose, unless they're looking to bounce it. And like, I don't hate attacking there, but it does feel a little weird. So they got rid of Rise of the Titans. So we have a couple of options here. I guess we kind of don't, really. We have one option. I don't think that playing the spellbook is really something that I care enough to do. I'm just going to play the goat and pass. And then our intention is to probably Teeth and Ambitions this blue fairy. If they shift on this Robin, it will be really unfortunate. Mostly because it just sets us up for failure a little bit. It wouldn't surprise me if they do. But this Medusa is going to have to do some pretty heavy lifting in this game, I think. They just quest, huh? And then they play Jafar. Okay, well they play Jafar to draw a card, which makes sense. Are they looking to just shift this next turn? If so, we can't really stop them with what we have here. I can do attack here, teeth this, and we can choose to like play a spellbook. Let's play spellbook, not gain anything though. Okay, we can get rid of mini here for sure. I definitely think this is fine. I guess if we teeth this, it's just dead then, which is a little awkward. Could bounce the goat back with the fox and then teeth the fox, and then we'll just have this in hand. Maybe that's better. Yeah, that's probably better. Then we'll pass. And if they don't do shift Jafar here, that would be good for us. But if they do, it's only going to put them at 10. And then we're going to have to find an answer to it. We don't currently have anything that is an easy or clean answer to it, which is not ideal. Alright, well thanks for hanging out. Have a good time. So they play a blue fairy, so they didn't actually shift here, which is good for us. They may shift a Tink there, but we do have a Be Prepared as a follow-up the turn after. Which I think we'll try to do next turn. But I think we can Medusa the Jafar to keep them off of the most threatening card. Which I think unfortunately means we're going to have to get rid of this fox, probably. But we'll just play the Medusa, we'll get rid of Jafar. And then I guess quest here. And pass. And then we're setting up either for Be Prepared next turn. Or if they do end up shifting Tink, they'll just draw a card. And we have some other choices if we want to do some of this or whatever we can. They quest at the blue fairy. That is very risky in this matchup with Hook as a card. Maybe they assume that we don't have Hook because we haven't played one so far, but... like if we just rip Hook and kill that with our Medusa, like that's, in general, I would say pretty brutal for the blue fairy player. This is one of their best cards, which is why I'm considering the B-Prep. They choose to loot here, which is good for us. If they just play a Beast, I think that's actually pretty good. Their hand could be all Whole New World as well. If it was more than one, I would imagine they would have discarded it, though. They could have a lot of the shift targets without any of the payoffs. They just have a Beast. Okay, that makes sense. So that makes us Be Prepared pretty reasonable, especially if they ink here. They ink Jafar, so they did have a shift Jafar, which is not surprising. I mean, they're going to have that in that spot a lot. So we get rid of Felicia here. Unfortunately, we're going to lose our Medusa, which is not great. But I don't think we can leave Blue Fairy or Beast in play here. So I think we just quest out and then Be Prep. And then we pass. Because this takes away a shift target in Tinker. It takes away the 5 from Beast. We can still rip another Medusa off the top. And we do have some options where we can just like play Spellbook or we can do whatever. Now the Spellbook looks even better for us. Because we can kill this Benja. Or we can play this because now that the Benja's there. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to play Goat. I'm going to bounce Goat with the Snake and then I'm going to pass. And then this opens up a line where we can like Pinocchio the Benja if they don't quest with it. But it also just gets a little bit more lore. So that's a Rise of the Titans. So that's another one of their removals. So they're almost completely out of potential removal for this Spellbook. So they opted to just quest with Benja. Which I think is kind of risky. I guess not too bad if they have the Tinkerbell. We could also just kill the Tinkerbell with our Snake. Which probably isn't terrible. I think I'll do that, actually. Leave them with the Benja. I don't love that they get to keep their Benja, but I would rather that they don't have a Tinkerbell, ideally. So we'll just do that. And I don't think I want to ink the Goat. I think we'll just pass. If they quest with Benja again, I'm probably inclined to just hit it with the crab, but we'll have to see what they do. If they're just gonna like deal with the Pinocchio so I don't bounce it or what. Bye, Felicia, yeah. Felicia's good, but once you're past a certain turn, it really isn't a card, but most of the 1-drops aren't great. That's 3 Rise of the Titans, so this spellbook should be gold. Unless they have a way to bounce this Benja, this spellbook probably won't be able to get removed. Along came Zeus on the crab, sure. Can appreciate that. So that's bad for them. Let's play goat. Let's play our fox here. Bounce the goat. Hit the Benja, and then pass. Hopefully they don't just whole new world us and get rid of the spellbook, but if they do, it's fine. We still have 2 castles in here as well that are pretty safe to put into play now that all 3 of their, or at least 3 of their Titans are gone. Okay, that's fine. Annoying, but fine. Now we have the hook, which is also live generally. And then we've got the Medusa to deal with what they're doing. Unfortunately, we don't have an incredible bounce here, but I think I wouldn't hate bouncing the Pinocchio just to have it in my hand. Given that then it can allow us to challenge kind of whatever they've got going on here. If they just shift Robin straight up, I'm going to Medusa it. And if they don't and they opt for something else, I think that's okay. So looking at, yeah, they were just double whole new worlds. So they were kind of forced into it. We can kill this Robin with this Maui. No, we can't. We're a little short of doing that. So then that means I should just Medusa it. That's fine. So we'll Medusa here. We'll ink this Felicia. I will quest, and I will quest, and then we have enough cards, I think, with just this rabbit alone. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to bounce the fox instead, because it opens up either the Medusa or the Pinocchio. It protects this from just deal 1 damage from Big Tank. And it allows us to either do this again, or, you know, we can draw cards if we need to. We could have just drawn 2 there, but I think putting a little bit of lore gain is fine. Yeah, so this also saves it from getting swords there. If they decide to just ink and swords again to clear the board, I think that's fine. We just do rabbit and fox stuff to refuel. And we know that they're down some number of their whole new worlds already. And since they're at 8, they're not really even at risk of like doing Jafar and just winning immediately. But if they can't remove this Medusa, I would consider just putting it back in my hand immediately. Like if their play is just to play like a beast, I'm just going to bounce this and do it again. Alternatively, we could just not bounce it and do this, which I think is also fine. It can let us play the hook if we want. Or we can just get this in play and then we don't let them know that we have another Medusa, which I think is probably the line. Like, this is all cards that they already knew about. And it resets the health on this, which I think is good too. They don't need to know that we have another Medusa in hand, necessarily. Especially when we can just develop this way. If I had maybe another 3-drop that would have been useful to have in play here, so I could play this plus a 3. Like, we don't really need the fishhook right this moment is the thing. So I don't really need to put that on the board. So it can just be a fox instead. Because see, now they zapped the Mim. Probably would have blasted Medusa there, but okay. They play a Robin. We Medusa the Robin. And then we quest, and we quest, and we ink this, and we play the goat, and we pass. And now with one card, I can't think of any real answer that they have. It's going to be difficult for them to win in this spot, so put us to 6-1 today. Pretty good so far today. And obviously we're still pretty low on the ladder right now. So like it isn't necessarily as though we're battling all the Grandmasters, but our opponents have been putting up a reasonable fight, I think. So we don't have any draw here. But we do have like Rafiki plus Pinocchio plus some foxes. So we can kind of bully what they're doing a little bit. Maybe I don't need the Maui either. Okay. Of all the hands in the game, this is certainly one of them. If they run out of 1-drop, I probably still do Rafiki it. Yeah, I think I'm going to hit that. We'll hold on to the teeth just in case they rip a blue fairy as well. But I think I'm okay just blasting here and passing. And then we can still teeth a blue fairy. But they won't be able to get a shift out, so we don't have to do this right away. So we'll put the fox in. So they didn't blue fairy here. If I get rid of the teeth and ambitions, and then they play a fairy, it's a bit of a disaster because we won't be able to answer for another 3 turns. But I think it's fine to do that quest here, put the Pinocchio back in our hand to protect it. I don't love it. I don't love it, but we have to ink something, and if I can play the goat, I'd rather play the goat than not. But as it stands, we really don't have a lot that we can play. So they've inked their Benja, and they decided to smash the fox. Sure, that's fine. That definitely makes me like this goat a little bit more. We'll ink one, we'll play the other one and pass. And then this makes it so that they really can't even run out most of their characters for fear of us just Pinocchioing and trading with our goat. I do think I'm going to need some card draw sooner than later, because we have used a lot of our cards just interacting with our opponent already. But like, I'm fine just trading this here. Man, that's rough. Maybe we bounce the Pinocchio again then. Yeah, I think that's what we have to do here. I guess we didn't have to trade the goat. We could have traded the fox. Yeah, I could have done that differently. That would have been a little bit better. But I already made the play. I could have inked the goat here, actually. And then traded the fox off. And then we would have been able to keep the other fox in our hand. Which I think would have been a little better. Because now if we don't draw an inkable, we can't kill this beast. Which is a bit unfortunate. They played Robin, sure. I still think it's kind of forced to do this. So that we can quest here. But the Pinocchio means that we can also still kill basically any of their drops except for exactly Jafar. But they did ink one of their Jafars. Zematic, appreciate the follow. Like a rabbit would be a really good draw. I would like to get them in a position where they have to Whole New World because their hand doesn't do anything. I think that's how we're going to be able to win this game. Like obviously we're in an okay position here, but we need to refill our hand because currently our hand is not great. I don't know why they're inking all of these Jafars. In this matchup, I think just casting Jafar, like straight up, is not a terrible play. So if they have the shift, I would rather that they don't get the opportunity to shift. So I think I'm fine just Pinocchioing here and killing it with the Fox. Actually, we could do it with the Medusa. Yeah, we can do it with the Medusa. This protects it if they just have the regular Tink. Then we can quest here. So there's an alternative option where I leave them with the Tinkerbell in play, and then I just load up 2 of the things in the castle. But then I can't really quest either. And if they have a Crab or a Zeus, then our Queen's Castle gets destroyed. Yeah, that's a little bit what I was worried about, but we still have the Queen's Castle in play. Like, that doesn't really help their game a ton. Because now we, like, quest here. I may as well just play the Felicia, and then we'll just put both of these cards in the castle and pass. And unless our opponent specifically just, like, blows up the castle with Titans here, they're going to be in a pretty bad way. And if they just are blowing up the castle, I don't think that it necessarily forwards any sort of game plan. Now, this was a fucking disaster. And is a reason to keep the Medusa a little bit healthier, right? Yeah, I guess we just pass here. Our ideal scenario now is that they play another character, and then we can just prep them both and keep the castle at 3. But if they have a Titans, that's also fine. Since that ends up being basically their whole turn. Please play a beast. That would be great. Friends is not a beast. That's pretty bad. Ink, play a 3? Perhaps. Ooh, they ink a Tank. That's good. They don't play a 3. We're at 12. Guess we'll ink Friends on the other side then. And we'll blow this up and then pass. So, assuming that they don't have something to answer the castle, then we'll be at 14. We'll play this, we'll be at 15. We'll suit it up, and then presumably whatever they play here, they're going to have to use to try and deal with this castle. The Medusa doesn't really do anything against the Jafar, so I think our game plan of like running out Goat and putting it in here is still fine. And then we'll just pass. And if their play is just to sing with Jafar, like, they can't kill us even with double Whole New World, but they can kill the Queen's Castle. They could still opt to Whole New World and not sing it, which I think would be fine for us. Okay, so they play Beast, that's fine. Beast doesn't really do anything for us, or for them. We do that, we hit there, we quest with the Goat. Put us to 17. I guess I'll sandbag the Hook, because if they use the Jafar just to attack the Goat, I may need to use the Medusa to take out the Jafar, because that would be the 3rd one. And then it does limit their options here quite a bit. I guess we should have quested here, because it would put us at 18 already. Nah, this is fine. Well, that's awkward. Okay, so we're going to do the play that I thought I was going to, which is We do this and hit here. Since we already didn't do the one that gives us a lot tighter lore, I think this is the play. And then I am just going to ink this, because we're not going to be able to do anything with it for 2 turns. And if they whole new world us, I want to be able to actually do something. But we're not in a great spot here. There were a couple of turns. The turn where I played the Felicia, I think I navigated that wrong. I think that Felicia just should have been ink. Because if we even draw 1 card off of that castle, I think it's fine. And just having more ink would have been more useful, in my opinion. Questing with Beast here is pretty ballsy. And that is an awkward fucking draw. Alright. I don't know if they can actually whole new world here, because they know that we have almost nothing. And if it draws us into a goat, it's probably really bad for them. But I don't know what they're looking for as far as cards. If they are sacking their things that are trying to erase what we're doing. But maybe it makes sense. So we're always going to be able to play this dragon. Or a card that is good enough anyway. It would be better to be able to play a dragon here, I think, though. But they're... Okay, that's fine. Get rid of this. Play this. Take out a beast. Then we pass. Man, I really messed up playing that Felicia. Losing an entire extra card there for free. I think not protecting the higher health card in the Medusa maybe was a mistake. So they got rid of they got rid of the hook, which is weird. Is that really worth a card there for them? I guess. Maybe they're looking to whole new world and they don't want to lose it, I guess. Okay. Do they have to whole new world here so that they can try to kill the Maleficent Dragon? Oh no, they already have the Along Came Zeus. Okay. Not good. Definitely not good. Medusa would be a good draw. B-Prep would be a good draw. Rabbit is an acceptable draw. Rabbit into Maui is an even better draw. Okay. They have gained an awful lot of lore to put them in this position, which we don't love. But they have used a lot of their very good cards so far. 3 of their beasts are gone. If they have another Tink in their hand, that's fine. We still get to draw off the rabbit, which I think is what's important here. Because even if we don't get to gain the lore off of this, we just get an extra card, which I think is also fine. Yeah, they grab your swords, sure. We're up to Fox, so a goat is a good draw here. Another rabbit is a good draw. Maui whale is a good draw. Whale, whale, whale. Hopefully they don't have a ton of a ton of Floodborn characters here to draw a bunch of cards. But the whale is pretty good here because it does give us a clock that they don't really have a way of answering. So we quest. We ready the whale. I guess we play Felicia and then just do this to put them on lethal here. So they have to answer one of these two. Otherwise, they just lose this turn. One of these is a whole new world for sure. The other one is probably in a long game Zeus. Probably this one. Like, they can blast the fox here, I guess. Also, Rise of the Titans. Okay, that's reasonable. Keeps us off the location just in case we rip it. Chernobog's followers, and the whole new world. Alright, so the game is over then. Like, it has to specifically be... I don't know why they played the Chernobog's followers unless they haven't inked yet. No, they already inked. So they're just drawing to smash only. I mean, they did rip it, so that's reasonable, I suppose. In this spot, I think we just play Medusa on the Blue Fairy. And then I quest here and then untap it. And then I think just pass. Well, we can ink. I guess we don't really need this. We can ink it. And then I don't think that I play one of these. Because they have to deal with this whale immediately, but then they also have to deal with the Medusa. And then now, from here on out, like, any one of these snakes, when we're bouncing these rabbits, will be lethal. So I think we got him here. This is definitely a tricky matchup to navigate the sort of purple steel. But I think that... as long as you are aware of, like, how they can win the game, which is generally just with the Jafar, and you sort of manage that piece, the rest of it is just kind of a mopey steel deck, which Medusa is very good against. So they Zeus the Medusa. That's reasonable. Then they get whaled. And this is the reason that we are trying out the whale, because it is a card that is very, very difficult for a single card to answer, because it's an 8/8. It's able to bully locations if our opponent had any, and still allow it to be ready either to sing a Be Prepared if we needed it, or it can just protect itself while questing for one a turn. But that, and also being inkable, I think is kind of what's important here, because it does a little bit of all the things that you might need, but it's also ink when it's not that great. And you can only run so many uninkables, I think, in the deck, so having something that is sort of a tech piece a little bit while still managing to be a decent card, I think is nice that is inkable. So unfortunately, I don't think that I'm going to be getting to Grandmaster as fast as far as how many days played as Savige did, because he ended up doing it in a pretty short amount of time. Because his streams were a lot longer. But we'll do what we can. I would really like a 1-drop. Ugh. Well, maybe we could have sent back the other snake too. It's kind of our only other option there. Like, I think keeping a Maui and one snake is fine. We could have potentially sent back the other snake. But our draw is going to be pretty rough this game, because we're just not making a play until ever, I guess, turn 5 currently. I believe that win streaking does add to it, yeah. Shenzi, okay. So this is maybe purple-green, like a locations. I do think at a 3/6, this card isn't bad. I think I'm just getting rid of one of these Medusa or one of these snakes and passing. I'm likely just going to Friends on the other side, but this could be our turn 4 play, unironically. Since it doesn't seem like we're really doing anything else. We could have gotten rid of this in case they play the turn 2 Ursula, I suppose. Because it removes one of our inkables. We could have kept the snake then. Another Shenzi. Okay, well, given that we ripped that, I guess we get rid of one. We're just going to cast the other one. We'll just rip into more of them. Well, our turn 5 play of Maui is definitely going to be able to sing this Friends on the other side and be great, so... There is a Pride Lands deck that runs, it's like purple and yellow. It runs both Kuzco and Simba, because the 2-drop Kuzco and the 2-drop Simba are both king and prince, respectively. They can work for the combo. This looks like it's likely a precon. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is likely the spellbook precon. That Sorcerer's Tower is just gonna fucking boom us this game. Do we even bother with this spellbook? I guess what is my alternative? We could draw and play Rafiki if we cast this instead of doing the spellbook. This just doesn't really matter for one turn, it's fine. I don't think the spellbook really is it. I'm just gonna do this. And then I suppose that I can ink maybe a snake. Go down to one snake left, we'll play our Rafiki and pass. So we did rip the Rafiki, so that was a line. We could have also ripped Felicia. Felicia works too. Really any 1-drop, because it's 7 health, because Maui can deal 6. Basically any of our 1-drops was fine. And since out of 48 cards, we had 11 1-drops, it's like a 25% chance to hit one that we get to run back twice. It's not bad. It's like pretty respectable as far as the amount of chances that we had to hit one. So it's probably ideal then. Jesus, this is a 6/6 for 4. That does not have any text unless it is in a location. But it is very large and problematic. Luckily, we can get rid of this location, but they can always just play a location and then bash with it, which is unfortunate. This card, if it was actually inkable, would be interesting, I think. I don't know why it's uninkable. Like, I think if it was just an inkable card, that it would have been, I think, worth the hoop to jump through to, like, play a location and do stuff to it. But as an uninkable, I just don't think that it's good enough. 2 of these in here. And pass. Okay, I guess I'm back. I don't know what the deal was there. Norm Swan, appreciate the follow. Yeah, my internet's been really weird today. It was definitely something on my end. I assume that the stream cut out very briefly, but maybe it was just my download part of it. Nope, stream disconnected. Very briefly. Yeah, it did cut out. In the log, it indicates that it cut out a minute ago. Internet hiccup. I may have to call them and bitch. We played a Zeus, which is fine. It doesn't actually kill our Queen's Castle, so we get to draw 2 cards. And Zeus just gets eaten by the Medusa, which I think is really good for us. Rafiki. Yeah. Yeah, it did cut out briefly. Well, if it remains consistent for the rest of it, It's mostly annoying because now I'm going to have to cut the video together later to put it up on YouTube, but it's fine. I will figure that out later. Alright, so we draw a bunch of extra cards. We can play this to just take out the... I guess we don't need to take out the Zeus so that we can take out the Maleficent and use Maui to take out the Zeus. And we save 2 health here. It's basically the same thing. So we do that, we do this. We ink this 1-drop. And then we will put this here. And then I guess I'll quest here and pass. Not a lightning fast clock, but we do have something going. Yeah, I'll have to download the videos and then do something to clip them together, I suppose. Yeah, offline I've actually been playing a bit of Minecraft. It's been amusing. Something to occupy the time that isn't playing this and is also very relaxing. But I have not necessarily wanted to stream it, mostly because I didn't know if anybody would really want to be watching it. But I should be streaming this quite a bit this weekend, I think, as long as my internet cooperates. Oh, this has got rushed. They can kill my location here then. Unfortunate. Looking forward to drawing 3 extra cards. But we'll use this to take out the beast, it's fine. That'll take out the beast. These will both quest. I think I'll play the spellbook. Gain a lore. We'll ink the fishhook here. Just play a goat and pass. Let's use that to close out the game here. I do think that this color combination is probably one of the better ones right now. The green and purple. I don't know if all of the current lists are the ideal way of building it, but I definitely feel like that color combo has something going for it in the metagame. Like, I think it probably needs to rely a little bit more on things like Spellbook and a little less on things like the Bippity Boppity and the Ursula. Like, just lean into Ursula a little less. Not that it's not a good card, obviously. It is quite good. But if that's all of your eggs in kind of the same basket, I think that that is too risky, right? Where I think that you can spread your threats out a bit more, and then it's not as bad. So let's just hit here and here. We probably could have quested and gained one more if we were looking to bounce the goat, but I don't know if we're necessarily going to bounce the goat here because we have this rabbit. Pinocchio. Guess my plan is just to do this, bounce the rabbit again, and then quest here and pass. And then we're closing out the game relatively fast. There's a world where we just like bounce the goat and replay it. Or even that we use this to clear the thing so we gain an extra lore. I think that was probably the biggest mistake because this just is unused now. That we could have just used this to quest, and then since we were planning on playing the fox anyway, we could use the fox plus the Rafiki to challenge the location. So you could be at 10 here. I think that was probably the ideal line to maximize like the resources that we were using. I do think that it's fine to choose to draw cards instead of doing more goat. Like, I don't think that matters a ton. You can kind of do either way with this where we were at, but I do think that this could have been used. So they play another beast. My problem with the Wolfsbane is that there aren't enough ways of like reasonably damaging characters, which is unfortunate for a card like that. Because if there were better ways of like damaging characters outside of, say, Tinkerbell, I think a card like that would shine a little bit more. So we'll play a goat, we'll play a snake, bounce the goat, and then we'll book and pass. And then the game should be over next turn, I suspect. We haven't really been inking a ton, so we can't quite do, you know, goat plus B prep, but as long as we're able to, you know, quest with a few of these, I think we'll be okay. So one problem with the deck that they've got is there's an awful lot of uninkables. Rafiki's uninkable, Zeus is uninkable, Wolfsbane's uninkable, you know, Treasure Guardian's uninkable. Literally every card is uninkable, so it's like pretty rough. Did I just troll? I guess I did. I could have just played the goat and won, right? Oh my god, I'm a fucking monster. I was too busy with the Medusa rip off the top. Got distracted. She's just the most attractive. Easy distraction. I'm going to say sorry. But that was a bit of a mistake. Especially because they know that we have the goat. So my bad there. I was just playing a little fast. If I just count correctly, I think we know that we could have just won in that spot. Alright, so another purple steel. We go second. We have some draw, but we don't have a 1-drop. I think we can get rid of the crab. Maybe all 3 of these. I'd like to keep this potentially for dealing with Blue Fairy. Nice. We did get a Rafiki. I might be in the market to use the Rafiki immediately with the teeth, depending. I probably won't, given that we need like more on the ink, but if they open up Robin Hood for me to be able to deal with, I think I will. We could get rid of a snake. We may end up having to do that next turn anyway, so we'll get rid of the castle first, and then pass. If they do allow me to trade with the Robin, I might. Well, nah, I don't think our hand supports doing that. We can support dealing with the Blue Fairy this turn or next turn. If they shift Robin and draw a card, it is unfortunate. But we almost don't have enough ink to be able to not choose to do it this way if we want to use the Teeth and Ambitions. Like, if I want to be able to use the Teeth and Ambitions, we have to have the extra ink here. And if their play is just to shift the Robin and draw a card, we can deal with this next turn. Yeah. Like, it means that they're likely not whole new worlding here, which is fine. They may protect it. Yeah, they decided to protect it from Crab, which I think is okay. I think our play is going to be to sing. Teeth and Ambitions. This way. And then I can either bounce the snake or I can just play crab. It's better just to bounce. Bounce and pass. So they got one card, 2 cards out of the Blue Fairy technically because we discarded a Teeth and Ambitions. If we can live until 6 before they, you know, wipe the board here, we have some options with Medusa. They have a Jafar, which is bad for us, since it means that now they can whole new world us here. They can actually double boom us because they can whole new world and cast it again, which is really unfortunate. Drawing a card doesn't particularly help us. Like, I'm debating on whether or not I want to just get this crab into play. I have to work under the assumption that their hand is just like Big Jafar, Whole New World, because they've been protecting this so much. I think I do just have to do this, though. And then pass. And if they double wheel us, we may just lose. And there's not a lot that we can do to stop that. It has to be a very specific set of cards, but not an unreasonable one for this deck to have. Especially with their draw. Our draw was kind of anemic overall, especially on the draw. So they do have the Jafar. They may only be able to Whole New World us once, because they do have to rip into a second one, of course. Their whole hand could just be Whole New Worlds. We don't really know. They may just have the Jafar and not the Whole New World, and they're just shifting because it is a play that they have. This is a little risky. I guess not too bad for them. So I guess here we ink the whale. Just cast the Maui and pass. We can quest with the rabbit, I think, as well. No, we can just pass here. So we play Maui because it opens up the fish hook off the top to be able to bully the Jafar. Or if they do find a single Whole New World. Beast is fine. If we need to ink the snake, I will. They might be cautious about using this Jafar just to quest, because the fish hook is so brutal here. So I'm going to draw 2 cards to start. Do I just do it with the rabbit? I think I just do it with the rabbit. Yeah, so let's ink. So we don't need another Maui in this spot, since we have the Medusas now. We'll take out the beasts. I think I can quest here and then just pass. If they want to make this Robin Hood vulnerable to the Maui at this point, I think it's okay. And since our rabbit is already tapped, I think it's fine. And if they don't Whole New World this turn specifically, then we get to Medusa the Robin, and then I think we're okay. This is sort of the problem with Whole New World decks, is if you don't have Whole New World, the deck isn't at its best. Okay, so they played a Tink. Well, Medusa will hit the Robin. We are now in a position where we're pretty dead if our opponent hits a Whole New World, because it's 14. If I quest with... Let's quest with the rabbit. If they decide that they want to lose their Tinkerbell to kill the rabbit to take out, like, the fox, that's fine. We can snake one of these Medusas back and then hit something if we had it. I almost don't really care about this castle, and I just want to draw to find an answer to these. Like, a hook is a good answer here. Well, if we didn't draw the hook, then maybe I do just play the castle. And we could have used the goat to try and close out a little bit faster, but I think in this case I can put the 2 healthy things in here. and then just pass. And then if they want to attack both into the location, they can. But we're really on the dodge whole new world plan, which is not a great plan. There's a world where I'm supposed to just be pushing lore here. So they Zeus and attack it, that's fine. They quest with Jafar. So I'm going to Rabbit first. Rabbit just gives us another snake. If I snake it back, we still can't play the thing, so that doesn't particularly matter. I can't actually use Maui to fight the Tinkerbell here. Like, I really realistically have to use two different things instead of the Maui. Because if I draw Hook, we need that to be able to hit the Jafar and deal with it in one hit, because we don't have any other buff currently. So I think I'm just going to hit the Tinker with two things. This and probably this. And then I'm going to play a Rabbit here. And then I'm just going to quest and pass. Jafar's been in play for way too long. Now Maleficent Dragon isn't out. Quest. Bounce a Rabbit. We play a goat. We bounce a goat. And we quest and pass. Yeah, they have enough lore that they don't need to quest with the Jafar anymore, because Whole New World plus just casting a Whole New World kills us. So they don't need to make it vulnerable anymore, so they minimize the outs that we have in the fishhook. Blue Fairy plus Jafar to draw one card. Okay. Hey, Brindlebore, thanks for the follow. Okay, so we have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's to 18, that's not enough. We can kill most of this on the board here as well. So we use this to tap the Jafar. We use this to kill the Blue Fairy. Kill the Jafar. And then we quest all out. And then we do this. There's a world where we use like the Rabbit plus something else instead of the Maui, just to try and draw into like something that prevents this from happening. But we dodged long enough that it worked, so we'll take it. Sometimes the B-Prep gamers just don't, or the Whole New World gamers just don't find it, and that's okay. Let me reload the game real quick. Pretty good win rate so far with this deck. We like that. Go again. Alright, so it's Steel Song of some variant. We go first, which helps. Don't need this Medusa. The castles are okay. I would like it to be less than like 250-ish if we can. I think I'd just get rid of one of these and one of these is fine. Like anything less than 280 is a good number, but less than 250 would be nice. So I don't really need the fishhook as much against this deck. It's okay. It's good later, but it's less good earlier. So I think I can get rid of it. And I'm going to play the mini over the Rafiki here because we don't have a... we don't have a Pinocchio. Apparently, I was wrong. Interesting. I mean, Neverland's whatever, right? I can play this now, and then we still have this next turn. I don't think I need a second mini, though. We'll just play this. I'll even just bash the Neverland and pass. This is a good card to drop on one, though. But I feel like with what we have here, we should be pretty favored with beating up on locations. We'll just have to see what else they run out. This would have been good. This line was still ideal in case they play something like Pluto turn 1. So they play Smee. Smee is fine. Are we just not able to use his teeth this game if we want to be able to play this location? I think so. But maybe we don't care about the location. We just play the rabbit instead. Yeah, I'm feeling that, I think. So we do it this way. We can Rafiki here. We can just bounce Rafiki and then pass. And then we can do this, and we can either choose to draw cards or we can just use Teeth and Ambitions. Smee on its own doesn't really matter, but there are some cards that our opponent can run out that we need to be a little bit more aggressive against with the Teeth here. Mainly the main shift targets, I think. The Bayou, okay. We can kill this pretty comfortably. This is a captain, yeah. So, if I hit here, we don't get to sing, but we can sing next turn. I'm going to play the rabbit first and see what the rabbit draws us. The Bayou really doesn't do much on its own. It's okay, but it's not insane. I think this is fine, actually. We'll just hit the Bayou. I'll pass the turn, and now we actually unlock the fishhook plus the mini to be able to eat one of these. And we may end up playing this Felicia, actually, if we don't need the interaction against their characters. As long as our opponent is just playing locations and then they're dying, I think we're going to be in an okay spot. They're really just going to quest. What? I mean, that is a legal choice, I suppose. That is an option. So we can, like, hit here. They go to 8. We can then just, like, hook this. Let's see if we draw. Yeah, that's a little better. Because then we can play the Felicia, too. Let's play this. We'll do Crab plus Mini. Punch this here. We'll bully this. Play Felicia pass. Hey Sean, how are you? Hope you've been well. And then I believe that this game is... It's not over, obviously. There's still several turns that we have to play before we get there. But it feels pretty locked up for us. Though Robin Hood is spicy, for sure. You got the flu. Ooh, that's no good. We get to draw a card here, which we like. Ooh, we get to draw even more cards. We super like that. Let's start by drawing extra cards, then. Here, I guess it doesn't really matter. So this is a good eventual outcome. I think we crab into the Razul. Like so. Are we just getting rid of the fish hook here? We could just play it this turn. I think we're done with the teeth. The teeth just did not work out this game. I think we play fish hook and we play the other crab. And then we just pass. And then we'll play the whale next turn. And that will allow us to trade anything into the Robin Hood if we want. But then we'll also have the whale, which there's not a ton of answers in these colors. Strength of the Raging Fire on Felicia. Absolutely. Absolutely. That is definitely a line that can be done. Unfortunately, they do get to gain lore while still killing an additional card. Just kind of the value of Robin. If we draw Medusa, I'll probably use that instead of one of these crabs. But if we don't, I'm fine just to smash probably a fox in here. I'd rather keep the crab in play. We'll let them draw their card. And then I'm just going to play the whale. Probably inking the snake, even though it is cheaper. I believe that the fox having rush can be relevant in these matchups. Specifically this one, because they've been playing some locations. But we're going to have to... close soon. Allergic to perfume makes dating almost impossible. Yeah, I mean, it can certainly make it challenging. There's a lot of things to be allergic to in perfumes, which makes sense. So it's just something that you have to be extra cautious of, right? So we'll quest here. We'll untap the whale. We'll hit the location. And then we'll untap the whale. And then, I guess, give it evasive. And then say go. With our untapped 8/8 now. It's not the most lightning fast clock I've ever seen, but it is not too bad. Let's play the Maleficent, blast this, and then say go. Once this has evasive. I don't need to quest with it this turn. It's the same as doing it next turn. This way it just stays ready. Resist 2. Okay, appreciate that. Here's a castle. Put these in the castle. We can quest, I guess, with both. And then give this evasive, and then just untap this one. Hey, Professor Falcon. I appreciate the follow. That was a rough game that we played. Obviously, not having any real thing to do with your payoff is unfortunate. kind of no whole new world universe that you were living in. I guess we can't really deal with this guy this turn, necessarily. Can run this out first. Yeah, the top of your deck was pretty dog water. I feel that. Yeah, so let's quest here. We'll untap it. Vash here. And then let's quest here. We'll play the spellbook and then just use the spellbook. And then we'll give this evasive. And if they want to battle my whale, they can. Yeah, if at any point like you have a whole new world, we're in a pretty rough spot for sure. Once I dealt with one of the like your other side cards, I think I had maybe a chance because you were only drawing into just the one extra thing, but yeah, pretty brutal. Alright, so we hit here. I think I just play this and then activate this thing and pass. I think the game's just over then. It looks pretty over, I think. Simba? What does this do? Whenever he banishes a character in a challenge, either do 2 damage or loot 2. Interesting. Very cool. Very cool. Alright. We will take our victory. 10-4 today. Or 10-1 today, rather. I appreciate that, Killer03. Thanks for the follow. And SS Trudeau. Thanks for that. Hope that everybody's enjoying the grind. This is Blue Steel, probably a pretty rough matchup. So I don't think I need the spellbook this early. We have a 1, but we don't have anything to follow it up. I would rather draw a Maui a little later. And then I'll keep the rest to either ink or just to have. Okay, Pinocchio's not great. There's not a lot of 1 toughness things. Like, this doesn't super work well with Pinocchio in this spot. There's not a lot of cards that they play that you would actually need to use this. Because even Captain Hook is not really it if you have... if you don't have Rafiki here. So given our draw, they have answers to the Queen's Castle, but there's nothing necessarily wrong with being able to push it to force them to do something about it. But given that our hand is pretty bad, we have a couple of choices. We can either opt not to play the Minnie Mouse and just ink it, which then sort of locks us into doing this on turn 3. Or we can play the Minnie Mouse, and then we have to ink the Queen's Castle. I actually don't think that we need to be that fast in this matchup. Since we don't have Snake, I'm fine just inking our 1-drop here. If this was a Snake instead of a Pinocchio, I think that changes a little bit. But given that we're on the draw, and we ripped a B-Prep already, like, this is going to be a pretty tough game. John Silver. Interesting. Have I made an error? Nothing egregious, I don't think. So then we can 4 it, or we can 4 it with this. Okay, well this is out then. I just don't think that that's where we need to be. I'm gonna play this and pass. I'd like to get some damage on this. We can actually kill the Place of Exile with the Fox next turn. If we are so interested in doing. because we can attack it with the Pinocchio for 1 and then bounce this and hit it for 4 for the total of 5, which I think I'm interested in. We could just make them discard a card and gain very little. If they decide to blast the Pinocchio, that's also fine, because that just means that they're not developing anything to the board. Quill. The Inca thing. This is a weird card to play just on a raw board. I really like the crab. I really like the fox. It seems like they're a location deck, so I really kind of like the Maui too. But something's gotta go. It could be the friends, if we assume that they're going to try and set up for a whole new world. But it is a bit of a cost because it is our only draw. I think because I have the double fox, I'm going to get rid of Maui here. And then we're going to do this. It's just really awkward because we drew specifically Pinocchio there. Like, exactly Pinocchio was not a good draw. I mean, B-Prep would have been pretty crappy too. But it's kind of an ugly draw, mostly because it doesn't help our game plan at all. And we're still, like, vulnerable to what's going on. Like, we already didn't need the first one, basically. It really sucks, because we're just 1 ink behind from being able to really interact with this Flaversham the way that we would want. So then they'll get to draw more cards. They didn't ink with their quill, which is interesting. So I have not a lot of choices that I like. I can tap the Captain Hook with a Pinocchio, and then I can just eat it with the Mim. But that's like my whole turn. Like, it does nothing to develop what we're doing. I think I'm going to do this instead. And then play the goat. So I think it develops more to the board. If they decide that they just want to trade the hook for the fox, that's okay. Because then past that we have now crab plus Pinocchio or fox plus Pinocchio, and now we also have the Maui as well. Unfortunately, they're going to get to draw a bunch of cards, but the fact that they didn't ink last turn is good for us, interestingly. Because it means that they're not really in an awesome spot here. They're in an okay spot with the Flaversham, but if they're not really turbo inking with their quill, it doesn't matter as much to me. It's okay. But if we can deal with this Flaversham and they're only a couple ink up on us, like, I think we'll be okay. Mostly because we didn't play the 1-drop, like, we've been able to still ink and have a decent number of cards in hand. Do I have enough resources to be able to do both of these? No, right? I'm a little bit short of killing them both. Because this is 2... Yeah, I can't quite kill them both. But we can leave them with the Nick Wild, it's fine. I don't necessarily have to use the Fox here. I don't want to get rid of this Maui. I don't know if I have a choice. I could get rid of the Crab, and then we could just use the Maui this turn instead. That's maybe fine. You can just do this. Yeah, maybe that's okay, because we have the Medusa here still, too. Let's quest here and pass. So, they have an option now where they can nick this and then tank. Which would clean up the goat. I don't know what they're actually playing. because they have this, and they also have the John Silver. Probably a lot of locations. This is great for us. It's super good. Especially because we have more than one answer to it. Watani is just not good. We literally have a Maui in play. Watani is just not it. Right? Like, yikes. Are they going to ink and put Nick Wilde in it? I guess. Yeah, I don't understand why people are struggling with like the decks that are really heavy locations now. Just run Maui. Hello? Have you read this card? It's a 6/5 with Rush. They just discarded a card and paid 3. Not even sure that I really care. Just kill all those things like that and pass. I'm in the market probably to Fox the Goat here. I mean, they have a lot of ink. They can still Whole New World just from their hand and then still do stuff. Our hand is not actually that bad against what they're doing. Because the Pinocchio, like, we can keep bullying their characters with the Pinocchios. Which is generally pretty good in these matchups, just keeping their characters off the board. I can use the Fox, actually, to kill the Nick here. Quest for 2. Could bounce the Goat as well. That's an option. They're looking to Zeus something. Either of these, I think, are respectable targets. They know that we have a Pinocchio, so, like, this Nick isn't safe. But there's not really anything that they can do about that. I mean, you still play the Nick anyway to get the cycle on the Popsicle. And just draw an extra card. Alright, they along come Zeus. They probably just kill the Maui, honestly. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so we definitely play this, like, every time. Hit the Nick, and then I think quest here. I'm debating on whether or not I bounce the Medusa or just the Goat. I guess I can just bounce the Goat because I have another Pinocchio anyway. If we just do it this way, we hit here. I think I'm fine just to quest with the Medusa, and then I'm just going to ink the Rafiki. Because ideally I'd like to ink every turn, because if our opponent does just cast a Whole New World, I want to make sure that I've at least inked every single turn that was available to me. So they play a Flaversham. It's a pretty good draw off the top for sure. We don't have a super clean answer to Flaversham currently, unfortunately. Which is too bad. We definitely don't have a clean answer to Flaversham now. That's tough. I don't think the answer is be prepared here. I think it's maybe just play a Goat quest and pass. We could have inked this other Goat as well. I think that would have been okay. That is a surprising ink to me. With a Flaversham in play. I guess maybe they have the other Quill, so they're fine with it from that avenue. So Grab Your Sword is bad for us, but it does mean that they are running out of Grab Your Swords. Oh, they just decide to Whole New World. Okay, that's fine, actually. So our hand was kind of mid. I mean, it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great. Now we have the ability to bully this Flaversham with a Crab. If we want. We would lose our Goat, though. We'll see what I draw. Because our opponent has drawn a lot of cards. We can use this. That'll work. And then we can bounce the goat to our hand. Would I rather have more cards? Or one lore? 8, 9. I think I can go for cards. Do this on Flaversham. We do this, go to 8 and pass. The reason that I opted for cards is that I didn't have a lot of great uninkable options. Or sorry, I didn't have a lot of great inkable choices to be able to get to the Maleficent Dragons unless I just get rid of that card. And I would rather like have the option of questing with the Medusa or just not questing with it this next turn. And like, for example, if I draw another snake or another rabbit, like, I don't know. It felt like this line was fine. I don't care that much about Tink specifically. Okay. Motani and a Popsicle. So I guess we'll play Crab, or we can just play the Dragon. We probably just play the Dragon to deal with the Tink. We just attack Motani twice. 2 Motanis? I mean, I guess. You can't put the character in both locations. But it does make it so that you will gain 1 lore. So I suppose that is a thing. 1 Along Came Zeus is gone already. I mean, they can literally Whole New World and still have, like, 8 at this point, which is a little brutal for us. But I still think that our play is pretty predicted here. Just deal with some of the locations and then deal with the Tinkerbell. Because if they're able to actually sing, I think that's a much bigger problem than if they have to cast it. So it still limits their options, the amount of things that they can do in a single turn. We're going to need to bully these locations a little bit, but we still have at least 2 more Mauis in here and another Fox. They play Hades, sure. Puts us to 10, which is nice. Here's the problem with ramp decks and ones that run Hades. I think you have to, because the card is very strong. But when you're running something like Hades as a removal spell, you end up catching your opponent back up a little bit, which I think can be awkward sometimes. Like, if your opponent is able to catch up from what you're doing, then all of a sudden, like, a lot of your ramp was for naught. Obviously, that'll happen sometimes if you get pretty late game anyway, but it's just something to be aware of. So I think we just bully Motani again with both of these. And I'm pretty sure that I'm supposed to get rid of Tinkerbell over Hades here, just because the Hades is limited in what it's able to do in a single round. And then I guess I'm not going to be able to play this goat, so I will get rid of it, and then I will just play these other 2 cards, and then I'll pass. So we've gotten rid of 2 of the Tinkerbells and 2 of the Grab Your Swords. I still don't feel awesome about playing the Felicia, but I'm expecting a Whole New World this turn, so then the Felicia's kind of free here. even if it dies. And if they decide to just Hades the Maleficent again, I think that's fine. Because again, we still killed something with it, and we're getting closer in ink. So now a whole new world is not as big of a deal for us. Like, we can catch up from it. It's not the end of the world. Like, if they sing it here, okay, you know, we're going to untap with 13. They quest for 2. Unexpected. Are they just casting Whole New World? What could this possibly be? Okay. Unexpected. Can I kill this and then just play 3 locations? I can. They can have up to 5 here. We'll see what they draw. Should see what their answers for locations are that they have left. Maybe all of them still. So far we haven't really seen much. So I guess we don't just blast all of our locations this turn, because we can just kill most of their board kind of for free instead. Which I think is better. So I quest here. I bounce this. And then I replay this. And take this out. Alright, and then we Felicia plus Snake over here. So that we can keep this a little healthier. And then I think I just ink the friends, because we don't really need, like, we already have a very good hand. And then I'm debating if I just play the goat, or if I play the fish hook. So if I play the fish hook, we can't do anything with it this turn. If I play the goat, I think the goat is better. We do this, and then I ink Rafiki, or I quest with Rafiki here and pass. We'll see how much stuff they do in one turn, because we've drawn 1 Be Prepared. So most of our deck is Be Prepared. Like 3 of these are Be Preps out of 23 cards. So quite a few of them are Be Prepared. So there's Swords number 3. Tink number 3. Swords 3, Tink 3. And a Beast. Well, if they don't kill this Medusa, then I'm just going to flicker my Medusa again and kill that Beast, I think. And then probably just take out the Grammatella. I really want to play 3 of these in a turn. Okay, alternative line. I don't have 15 to do this plus 2 of them, unfortunately. It's 2 whole new worlds. They only have 14 cards left, too. That's something of note. Okay, what if I quest here? Bounce it back to my hand. Replay it, hit the Beast. Alright, we hit here. I'm going to ink this. I'm going to play one of these, and I'm going to put the Medusa in it and pass. So this gives them more permanents, different types that they're going to have to interact with. They don't have a ton of things for dealing with go wide at this point. Palace of Exile's fine. My intention, if they don't Whole New World here, is to play, well, to draw an ink, right? And then play Be Prepared, double Castle. And then just hope that that's good enough to close out the game. Because it's pretty good, right? And even if they Whole New World us here, there's still 2 Be Prepareds left in 11 cards. And I just don't think that they have enough ways to close. Bell helps, certainly. But I don't think that they have enough juice to close with 11 cards left, but they might. Especially if the B-preps are in the bottom, like 3 cards, right? But if we can draw an extra card with this Mim, this Madame Medusa plus this Castle, then I think we'll be in a pretty good position. Yes, that's fine. Hey, your pal, Chorgy. Appreciate the follow. So we draw an extra card here. Ink the Whale. We could also do it with the spellbook too, but I think that we're pretty set to just do this. Blow up the board. And then just play. Fucking gaggle these and pass. Just have 1,000 castles. I don't think that this card is that good, if I'm being honest. The problem with this is that it doesn't do anything on its own. Like, slightly protecting your dorks, I don't think does enough. I don't mind Motani, because it gains 1, but also, like, you can very easily have your things trade in and just become ink, which I think is okay. But the one that doesn't gain any lore, I think is a little awkward, a little too awkward for my taste. Nice. I hope that the YouTube... I think that YouTube's player is a lot better than the VOD. What did I just say? What specifically are you talking about? Oh, yeah. I mean, okay, the card itself is different than the actual location, right? But the card doesn't do a ton because it doesn't gain you any lore, which I think is the problem. I think if it gained 1, it would be a little bit better in those spots. PvP stats. Is this season? We've basically just played red-purple this season with just the 1 deck, and we're doing alright. With an 80% win rate. Oh, the pronunciation. Yeah, I mean, be like that, right? I'm going to reload this real quick, because our win rate should be a little bit higher than that even. We'll jump in another game here. Yeah, 82.5. We have lost a few games here and there. We're doing all right today. Obviously, the higher that we get on the ladder, the more challenging that our opponents will be, so the games will be a little bit trickier. Play a different deck? No. I'm going to play 200 games of this, and I'm going to have like an 80% win rate, and then we're going to be done with this grind, and then I can play all the different decks in the best of 3. I'm just going to grind only this one. I wasn't going to do that, but then somebody challenged me to have to get the Grandmaster in less than like 283 games or whatever, so can't be letting Savige just be the big winner. I believe that our play, we don't really need these minis, but this Rafiki will be great. So we play Rafiki and pass. Yeah, I think so. I don't think it'll be terribly difficult. I'd have to look at my previous season stats, but I think even just in some of the other seasons, I was a little bit better rate than that. Our opponent played a Rafiki. What are we going to do? Shit. Do I just blast it with my Pinocchio here? I think so. And then I can bounce the Pinocchio with my snake next turn, I think. Yeah, I think I'll be okay on the rate. But if I'm going to do it, I may as well try to do it in the least amount of games possible. Hey, Potato Fangs, appreciate the follow. So have you done any other streams, Spannable, or has it just been the one? Flynn Rider. It's not a good draw. Yeah, and I think that I did the first time that I played too. I can actually look, because I know what deck I was playing at the time, and I don't think I played that many games. I'm pretty sure that the play is just to ink the goat here. I think the play is ink goat, quest with these two. We bounce Pinocchio, and then I play... So, if I play this Rafiki, then I don't have ink for this next turn. But if they play Ursula, I'm not going to get to play this next turn anyway. And this gives us another thing to work with. I don't know if I actually need another Rafiki down. I think I can just pass here. Yeah, I don't actually climb that fast, because sometimes, like, you play against a deck like this, and they have a... You're on the draw, and you just have a... they, like, goat, bippity goat, and they just burn you out, like, in a very close game with too many goats. But I think those are most of the losses that I've had playing this deck. Yeah, so we get an Ursula. We can kill everything here and just get rid of B-Prep. I can get rid of this, actually. Keep the Rafiki for now. We don't get to develop the castle, but I think that's fine. We can do that next turn. So we play the Pinocchio, tap Ursula, hit here, hit here, get rid of B-Prep. I still don't think that I can play this Rafiki. I think I'd rather have it as ink next turn so that I can put one of these idiots in the castle. I think that's the line. Goat would be the worst draw for us, or the worst play. That I don't care about. I can even bully it if I want, but I think I'd rather just play the castle and maybe put the Pinocchio in it. Actually, I think I'm just going to put this in here and pass. Because they don't have a way of getting rid of it. I'd like to draw a card. Yeah, that is true. That is true. They do play quite a bit slower. I mean, some of it is like unfamiliarity with the decks and the format as well. I don't think that's going to do what you hope it is here, friend. They're going to bippity the rabbit, I guess. Sure. Draws 2 cards. I don't hate it. Just becomes friends on the other side. We're going to get to kill the castle kind of for free here, though. So we draw 2 cards. I guess we just bully the castle with all of our things. This thing, this thing, this thing. And then we probably just play these two and then put 3 of our things into castle. We'll put Felicia in there. We'll put Minnie in there. And I guess Rafiki over Pinocchio, like this. Because they just, like, won't have the ability to remove this enough. Unless they specifically have, like, Crab. Oh, if they're just attacking the castle, they don't have enough to remove it, I don't think. Unless they have Fox. Double Fox. Fox Crab. Yzma. Okay, well, we're going to draw 4 cards this turn. So I'm not particularly worried about them Yzmaing in this spot. Draw a card, draw a card, draw a card, draw a card. Well, both teams played hard, I suppose. What if we Pinocchio this Yzma, and then we play a Crab on something, then they'll concede. That checks out. I would have conceded too if my opponent drew 6 cards off of a castle. Mostly because it's literally very difficult to come back from that. This is my main account, yeah. I had Pavel blast me back to the Shadow Realm. And by have, I mean I asked him very nicely if it was something that he'd had the ability to do, and he did. So, okay, so you're asking about hardcore ranked. So basically, it is always best of 3, so it doesn't give you the option of anything other than just concede or play out the best of 3. And the actual, like, matchmaking and ranking is just done by straight elo and nothing else. So these we don't need. Felicia is not at its best in this matchup. It is a 1-drop though. But it's not at its best here. I think maybe we'll do this. Right, so yeah, your ranking and the ladder, like everything is just done only raw elo and nothing else. Forbidden Mountain and Neverland. Interesting. Well, I guess given that, we maybe do just play the Felicia. Oh, this is a different deck than I thought it was. Yes, the 3 does feel like a good number. I think I'm just going to play the Felicia and pass. So World War is supposed to play the 1-3, but I think Felicia is fine here. I would really like to draw Pinocchio. I think that's going to be necessary this game. I don't know if I'm ever going to have the time to do Friends on the Other Side. I probably am not going to have the time to do Maui either. I think we can get rid of Maui. We can just do this and play a Rafiki and pass. Animation canceled, unfortunately. Should play a little slower. So this gives me an out to basically anything that they can play, except for just a ton of 1-3s. They just opt to pass. So we do this. This is going to gain 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they'll be at 10. I'm pretty sure that I have to develop one of these these foxes this turn. Which means I guess I bounce the Felicia because the Rafiki's a little better here. Yeah, I think I have to get rid of this. Kind of want to bounce the Felicia just because it's in a weird spot anyway. I don't think I quest here. I don't want them to have, like, a fox and just be able to eat the Rafiki, and then it's still something that I have to deal with. Like, they get to untap the Maleficent and still eat the Rafiki. I would really like a Pinocchio. A Pinocchio would be a good draw here. So the Baloo is fine. We still get to kill everything on this board except for the Maleficent. Alright, we don't need the whale. And we can actually replay the Rafiki as well. So we can use the Rafiki to punch the Pinocchio then. So let's do Baloo with Fox. So put him to 18. We'll Rafiki the Pinocchio. We'll play Fox, bounce Rafiki, hit here, we play Rafiki, and pass. So we're not in an awesome spot here without a Pinocchio, but we could be in a worse position. Certainly. Do we play the Queen's Castle because it makes it so that they have to do something about it, or we actually start closing the game? We have plenty of things on board. I think this is fine. I can actually quest with this too. Hey Roach Pope, how are you doing? Because we have the Medusa, I want to draw a card here anyway. This is a 2-drop, right? So they play Doc. Nice. Okay, so we get to remove this. Yeah, I was thinking that actually. Because I likely wasn't going to replay it anyway. The only reason that I kept it is there's like an outside chance that I play like Rabbit plus Felicia. But yeah, the visual bug was a bit of a spew. So I guess I have to hit Doc here. And then we just quest with this one again. I guess I can quest with the Rafiki too. We can hold this one back, but I can quest with the Rafiki now because I'm just looking to remove their things off the board anyway. Another Wendy Darling is not great. There's a world here where I quest for 4, go to 11, and then I just B-prep. And by there's a world, I mean that is absolutely what I'm doing this turn. Right? Is there any reason not to do that, I guess? I don't think so. You'd sing Friends? Yeah, probably. I think singing Friends is fine here too. And then we quest out, and then... Yeah, because the 1 doesn't matter, because our clock is castle anyway. Like, blowing up 3 things I think is ideal here. Because the way that we're losing is just with idiots on the board, nothing else. Jesus, this is one of those decks. Every card quests for 2, it's just a burn deck. And there's a Baloo. You gonna bodyguard it? No. Okay. I'd like to fill the board a little bit. So we're at 14, 16. Let's do this, because if I draw Pinocchio, like, I want to be able to actually use that. Do I need to put something in the Queen's Castle? Probably, actually. You know what? I've changed my mind what I'm going to do. It's just going to be this and this, and then I'm going to put 2 of these into the castle. So this gives us more answers to their stuff, and we can still gain 4. So this only puts them to 16. They befuddle Felicia. Yeah. Fair enough. This is quest. Quest for 1. 1's fine. Pinocchio. Okay, now the game is just over. We hit here. We hit here. I don't need to gain the lore because I can just do this. Just play this, and then play this, and this. And then I can pass, and then we just win with this. I'm doing alright myself. We're okay. There's no way for them to gain 3 with a single card. Just draw a bunch more cards, and then quest out here. Put us at 27 games so far. Pretty good grind going so far. I feel like we had... Hang on, let me cancel. Can I even cancel? Yeah. So I want to look at the... Where is it? Where's my, like, stats? Am I crazy? Custom. Do I have to, like, click one of these? Okay, so they've moved. Okay. So if we go back here... So orange-gray was basically what I played to get to Grandmaster in Season 1. And this is definitely less than 280 games, right? By quite a bit. By almost 100 games. Because I basically just played Ducky Pile through the entirety of, like, the grind. And then eventually switched to blue-orange. Because I hated the red-purple list. Like, I played this a little bit, but I kind of big hated it. So this is most likely what I used to grind to GM. I guess some of this, like this was the Season 0. I don't know if it reset all the way back to 0 from here. I wasn't GM this season. I just didn't play enough games. Yeah, you can ask Pavel. He'll send you back. Obviously, like, it makes more sense if you're doing kind of the 0 to hero kind of thing. You can make a new account, too. It is not that difficult, no. But if you want to keep it on your same account for the stats, like... So we're against blue steel. We don't really need the 1-drops as much against blue steel. This is kind of a mid-fucking hand, if I'm honest. I'm gonna do this. Right. Okay, well that's awkward. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought that might be the case. I see how it is. So against blue steel, I don't think that I play the 1-drop here. I think I just ink it. And I've been pretty happy with that decision against their deck. Especially since I don't have Snake. Like, I want to make sure that I have enough ink to play. And if they're going to play something like a Captain Hook, like, obviously... I don't think we're going to get to 7 to play this whale. It's a little awkward here. There's a world where I play the Pinocchio and then just crab it next turn. It doesn't feel great to me. I'm just going to pass. I don't think I need to move that quickly. You can play bad players anytime that you queue into the ladder. Come on. Felicia's not terrible here, but I think I'm just going to run out the crab and ink the Felicia and pass. Yeah, I mean, you can always play in this part of the ladder instead of the best of 3, right? Hey, Inkwell Gamers, appreciate the follow. A popsicle. Another fish hook. It is a little awkward for us to play the Queen's Castles here. So I have a couple of choices, and I don't like most of them, honestly. So if I don't play a castle, they're likely just going to slam a 5, and there's nothing that I can really do to answer it. If I draw 2 cards, it doesn't really help us a ton. But, like, trading with Smee also isn't the best. I could use the Pinocchio to kill the hook. But that's sort of my whole turn. I think I'm just going to do this. And then see where it leaves us. So, given that we ripped a 1-drop, does that get us in a position where we, like, do hook plus... Why is the timer so short? Hello? I'm trying to dirtle here. Guess we're just doing this. This lets us fight a beast if they play one. The timers are based on turn number. Yeah, I suppose. Like, it's possible that I'm supposed to just develop the Queen's Castle here. But I didn't really have enough time to talk it out. So they're going to quill something so that they can use their hook to trade into my crab. So that they can ink it, I guess. Okay, I mean, that's pretty good, I guess. So I still have this Smee, I suppose. I'm just so confused. But I am often, so... Do we just delete this Matani with the fish hook? Or do I remove this Smee? If they Cindy shift here, like, that's a bit of a problem. How did this get in the graveyard? They discarded it with the Cindy? That's ballsy. Matanui? That would make sense. Matani. I like it because it bothers you. Let's ink one of these. And we're going to do... Yeah, we're going to do this. I'm going to do fishhook here. We're going to bash it. And I'm going to just do this, I think. And then pass. I don't love that. But this gives us somewhat of an out to the shifted Cindy here. Because we can, if it's tapped at all, we can just double up with the hook and kill it. Really? That is interesting. This only has resist 2, right? So I need to deal 7 to it. So I'd have to use both of my characters to hit it, but that's not that bad for me. Because I can also develop this too. Kind of on board with that, actually. Alternatively is we can kill this and this. and then not develop this. Then we don't ink this turn, which kind of sucks. I just leave him with a Smee. So let's do this. Make Rafiki bash this for 4. Make Snake bash for 1. I think the castle seems better. I would agree with that. And pass. I don't like that this will be at 1 health, because like it makes the Medusa killing it kind of mid. But they can always heal it with the Popsicle or whatever too. Sure, that's fine. Particularly care about Rise of the Tightening, my thing. Now we just do this, kill the Smee, and pass. And then if we have to use this B-Prep on like a beast or whatever, if we draw an ink and have to do that, that's fine. They should have used Quill on that for sure. I'm supposed to just Pinocchio this, right? It feels like I'm supposed to Pinocchio that and just ink this instead of playing it. I'm just gonna do it because it feels right. And if it feels right, then it must be right. We'll do that. Give this evasive, I guess. Like, I probably didn't need to do it because I can give this evasive, like, but I feel like I'm supposed to ink here. And pulling that off the field at least makes it so that they have to, like, they just don't have anything on the board. It probably doesn't matter that much. Grammar Tala. Like that goat, actually. Yeah, the Pinot does answer the beast, that's true. But, I think it's fine. They're just never going to draw beast, and we just have a Maleficent forever anyway. Hades. Rude. Yeah, I mean, I guess. This. I'm just waiting for them to Whole New World, and then that will be good for us. Yeah. So it seems like it would be bad for us, but it's actually much better from our perspective than theirs because we have 10 ink. Like, because they've Hades us and let it go. All that just to play a Flaversham. Sure. Well, we have some answers to Flaversham. We can use this to answer it. We can use Medusa. I think I'd rather save Medusa. I guess because they have, like, Grammatala, maybe I do just use the Medusa and then save the Pinocchio answers. It's a little cleaner just to do, like, Medusa, Goat here as well. Yeah. Yeah, we also, yeah, some of the locations too. So the Maui is a bit more of a premium. I don't know how much I need this Teeth and Ambitions. There's not a lot of targets in their deck that I care about. Are we losing to double swords here anyway? Probably. So I guess I don't play this and I just quest here and pass. Like, we don't need our clock to be that fast. Like, I may end up having to have another ink or needing another ink there so I can just, like, do more shit in a turn. Because we can likely answer most of their stuff and then do another Whole New World. Or, and then let them do a Whole New World. Sure. They have McDucked us. So we We don't even actually have to play the Maui here either. I can just, like, hook Crab and kill it. Which I think I'm going to do instead. Do I do it on the Medusa or the Goat? Probably the Medusa, but I guess it doesn't really matter. That's 7, 10. Blast here. Play another Goat. We quest. I think I can quest with the Pinocchio too. Since I have another one, I think it's fine. I'm actually just going to ink this and pass. Because if they use this to Whole New World, because they only have 3 cards left, I'd like to have more ink. I mean, the Pinot still has a decent amount of targets, right? Like, but since I have another one, like, I don't need to keep bouncing it. This is cute. I don't know how good it actually is. They paid a card and 3 to ink one of their guys. I guess it's fine. I don't know. Maybe I'm just, like, jaded and I think it's mid AF, because it is. So I can just kill all their locations with this Crab and this Goat, right? We just bounce here. Or I can just not do that, and I can Maui it instead. And, like, do these 2 on 1. And then just gain more lore with the Goat instead. Yeah, we'll just Maui it. Maui this thing. Bash this here for 9. We'll bash here. Bash here. We bounce the Goat. Yeah, I think that they are not good in this matchup either. Like, this deck is specifically tuned in such a way that it is meant to bully locations. Like, you're running the Hook, which is awesome. I'm running 3 Crabs. And Maui. Like, all of those cards are insanely good against locations. Fox is crazy good against locations. Okay, so they have 12 and they've Whole New World at us. So we will be at 14 if they double swords us here. But I think we have pretty good follow-up anyway, so I don't really care. And our Maui is still alive, so it's a little weird. Because now we're going to be able to, like, dump this Cogs. But if they kill the Maui, we just, like, have another one. Which is kind of neat. So they play a Cindy, and they loot. Let's see what they discard here. Grammar, Tala. Sure. So we probably run out this location this turn. Okay, weirdly can just do this and it's fine. And just eat their guy. I'd like to kill this if I can. So let's maybe start with a rabbit. Or 2. We can start with 2 rabbits, that's fine. Since we didn't rip an answer to this now, I can just play the castle. Do I need the cards, or would I rather just have a Rafiki? Just have a Rafiki. We don't need the cards. We have so many cards. What am I gonna do if I draw an extra card? Nothing. Just let them swords me again. Don't care. Double Tink. My Rafiki, no! I'm a fool. Why did I play Rafiki? What an idiot. He just got boomed. I would have gotten an extra card for free. Do we have any goats left? Probably, right? Yeah. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I do have goats left. How interesting. Neat. So we are 28 games in. We are up to whatever this is, silver, I imagine. Yeah. Yeah, we cruising. Pretty decent win rate, I assume. The old 83%. And some of these were losses before we really fixed our deck, too. 5K at Game Center. Is that the one that's being run the same weekend as the set champs, or is that a different one? Because I thought there was a 2K that's being run really awkwardly. I didn't know about the 5K. Which weekend is it being run? Because then maybe... If it's the one that's the same weekend, like... It's really awkward then. Because there's 2 stores local to me that are both having their set champs on the opposite weekends. So I can just go to both. And I feel like, regardless of how soft or otherwise that they are, like I should be able to top 4 them and get the promo, right? Like that won't be impossible to do. We go first against this matchup. This hand is really bad. It's the same weekend. Well, the thing is, like, if you split top 8, I don't even, like, I don't know what that promo is going to be worth. If the promo is going to be worth more, like, it's kind of hard to know. This hand sucks, dude. Holy. We're going to have to try and, like, aggro them out. There's no way you can do that in this matchup, right? Just have to get rid of a goat here. Yeah, but Magic fucking sucks, dude. And I'm not wrong about that. They have fucked their brand so badly. Like, ugh, barf. It is an enchanted, effectively. And, well, they announced the dates, too, as well. Yeah. What do we do with this fucking Rafiki here? I feel like I'm supposed to play it. What are we getting rid of if I do? I guess the other goat, which feels pretty fucking bad. Like, I don't think I can reasonably get rid of the Maui. And I kind of need the rest of this shit. Alternatively, I don't play the Rafiki, but then, like, I'm just not playing any cards ever forever, so... I guess we do this. Stores can confirm which date. Like, I mean, they could run it during the week, too, realistically, but they could apply for the thing Friday or yesterday. No, it's today, right? No, that is Friday. Fuck me. Yeah, they can apply for it today, so... Fire the cannons. Okay, sure. That's fine. It's like a little annoying, but it doesn't matter that much. Their deck isn't particularly fast, so if they're just going to time walk themselves like that, I'm just going to time walk myself as well. I mean, every store that is already a premium should. They're not, I don't believe that they're restricting it based on that at all. So I'm just doing nothing this whole game. Imagine playing cards. Just ink another one of these. I don't think I can take an entire another turn off to play a Friends here, so... And if they decide to just shift and wheel me, that's fine. My hand fucking blows. Oh my god, they just play a rabbit? Come on, that's boring. You quested with Tinkerbell? What? Okay, get fucking boomed, I guess. Rabbit just doesn't matter. Nah, you're right. I should cut them slack. You're absolutely right. I don't really want to lose my Maui, but like... It's fine, right? Guess it's fine. I have another Maui. I see. Alright, I understand. I understand. I understand. I feel that in my heart. Both teams fought hard. Sometimes neither of you play any cards until you play your only cards, and then they all die, and then you feel really bad about it. You know what I'm talking about, Keith. If that shit game didn't pay the bills, like, oh my god, game sucks. What do we do in this matchup? I don't need 2 Rafikis, but we can ink one. I probably get rid of the castle for later. And maybe the Friends. In case they decide to be an early Bare Necessities gamer. Yeesh. Alright. And they're also not even doing it very well. Like, why doesn't the Fallout set that just came out have an actual whole-ass set attached with it? Why is it all just supplementary product? Oh, we need a Pinocchio bad here. Fucking barf. Well, what is my option here? I can play another Rafiki to bully the Cindy. And then we're just, like, losing to their actual cards in their hand because we're using, like, 10 of our cards to kill one Cindy. But I don't know what the alternative is here. So maybe we just do this, and then I quest here, and then pass. Maybe they won't see the line where they just blast my Rafiki to the fucking Shadow Realm. Don't do it. Maybe they'll just try to shift like a Robin early and I'll just let them. Pluto? I like it. Oh no, they did have it. I mean, that's why I played the other one. Yeah, I know they had it. They always have it. Imagine if I have Pinocchio there. Like, this game was so over. Oh, they bare necessitied me. Good thing I got rid of the only thing that it can hit. How convenient for me. So now we're fine. There's a reason that we inked the friends on the other side here. Specifically so that they don't have a target with that. Now they just get to lose their Cindy for free. And we get to play a crab. Even better is we drew one immediately, which is so funny. We just play a crab and pass. And they know the rest of our hand, so they won't suspect this friends on the other side. Oh, I mean, they inked bare necessities? Yeah, I mean, they might list throw me again, but I don't care if Iki can die. I was expecting them to play any character, because then then my Rafiki just loses this fight, which is dog shit. But since they didn't do that, how much resist does this have? Too much? Jeez, unlucky. Unlucky. Yeah, how much resist? Some. Like, oh no, any. But our goat can bully it next turn. Ooh, there goes a Robin. What have they got that they can play on 4? Listro, that they sing. Okay. Hey Imp, how are you? How have you been? Haven't seen you in forever. It's probably Tiana, yeah, that would make sense. But these are generally very, 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 very good against Tiana, so I think we'll be fine. I'm about to send this man's to the Shadow Realm anyway. I mean, if you like it, that's the only thing that matters. Yeah, if it's already on its way out, like, just do it. Fuck it. Yeah, Tiana's, like, in a terrible spot right now. Well, they have Aerial still. Tiana doesn't really play Aerial because it doesn't... I mean, I guess it still had a bunch of songs. I don't know, dude. I don't know. It looks a lot like a Whole New World deck to me, but... What do I know? I don't play those decks. Could you imagine sleeving up less than 4 Medusas? Card's insane. Imagine giving a shit about this Maleficent Dragon when it costs 9, when this just does the same thing at 6. Literally just booms all the cards that you give a shit about in this entire game. Like this one. Look at this one. Look at this fucking card. Oh, now it's dead. All their cards are dead. Alright, that makes sense. I would have conceded there too. Both teams played hard. Yeah, there's another one that Medusa gets to kill. What does Medusa cost? $1. What do you got? Beast? Nah, to the Shadow Realm. What else you got? It's gone. It's just gone. Just get them all out of there forever. Yeah, just always play Medusa. It's just good. Medusa just gets a thing. Removes it forever. This matchup again. Well, looks like we're going to mulligan a Be Prepared and probably a Medusa. And probably a Pinocchio. Ugh. And I guess a Friends. Oh, this hand is bad. Do we just like full send? Do we get this Queen's Castle out of here too? I lost to a green purple. They just burned me out with goats. It was a really close game. They ripped an extra bounce and they goat me too much. Okay, I get to go first here, but I don't have a Pinocchio again. Which is really awkward because they can just get the Listro line on me. Maybe I don't Rafiki then. And I play the mini. So then I can bounce it on 3. If we'd have kept a Pinocchio, then I like the Rafiki better in this matchup, but... Nah, in this deck, if it's a 2-for-1, it's still fine with the way that this deck plays. In the last set, it was worse, I think. Because there were, like, you had to be so much more on-board aggressive. But this set, you don't have to be as on-board aggressive with it. Maybe I shouldn't have played this, because now, like, what am I inking? I guess we're inking Friends. So we have the rabbit anyway. Yeah, that's fine. Is there any way that this punishes me with 2? I don't think so. Like, okay, so they could play like 2 1-drops and then play strength and kill my mini, I guess. Just kind of annoying if they do, but I think we'll be okay. It's rare that you would want to like invest that many resources into just killing a Minnie Mouse. Because that would put them down to 3 cards left in their hand. Like, that's their whole universe. Maybe, though. They did run out of Pinocchio. They just run out Pinocchio. A bit annoying. Maybe we do want a castle on 4. It just doesn't feel like that's what we're going to be able to do this game to win. With the way that this draw is going, it's going to be tricky to do that. I think we do this and we just put a fox into play and pass. Just to have a slightly stronger board presence. Because if they commit to just playing, for example, like what at 4 do I even care about? Nothing. An aerial, sure. Like, if they strength here, it's a little annoying, but we just follow it up with goat, I think. Or if they have these tapped, like, we can play this again. What? Why even play Pinocchio if you're not going to use it? So I have a couple of choices here, then. I can tap either Pluto or Ariel and just kill it. I could just play goat straight up and then leave them with the whole board. I feel like that's a mistake. It's definitely Pinocchioing something. They can shift Pluto. Why do I care? Pluto's a 3/8. Hello? Is that a thing that I would care about? Maybe. Yeah, wouldn't Cindy be scarier? But, like, isn't the aerial also a problem? Like, do I care more about the shift than the... than the Whole New World? Like, I don't really care about Whole New World. My hand's not that good. It's fine. I think I killed a Cindy. And then if they shift Pluto, that's fine. Because then I just bully the aerial, and then, like... we have so many answers for Pluto. Like, the Cindy is worse. They could have just beast this turn. I guess if they decide to have a tapped Pluto... sure. Maybe they have another beast? I don't even know, dude. I don't know how to play these decks. Because I think that they're bad. Because they are. Okay. This is a whole new world, I suppose. Sure. Losing a Medusa is annoying, but... we can, like, kill everything except for the... beast, I guess. Just a little annoying. You can leave this in play with 3 damage on it. Which isn't bad. Felicia's not great in this matchup. I don't have a bounce for the Pinocchio to replay the beast, so it is just this. Could also just let the fox be dead. Nah, that's silly. I don't think I do that. I think it's this, and I just quest with Pinocchio. So if they want to beast my Pinocchio, I don't care. I don't really care that much about the 2 cards either. They had a Kita and another Pluto in hand. I see. Okay, sure. Like, I'm a little sad that we're down a Medusa, but I think we'll be okay. Yeah, if this turn is bad, We could have even castled this turn, technically. But I think having the Maui in play is a little more useful. I mean, there's something to be said for having Maui with no damage on it, too. But I think having the Mim as well is probably good enough to be worth it. They could put a Surfer Stitch into play this turn. They can just put a Kita and a Stitch into play, I guess. Maybe they have the Shift Kita. That'd be sweet. Doesn't really work against Challenge, but... okay. I feel like this card in a wheel deck is super weird. But, I don't know. I just think playing wheel in general is not where I want to be in my life, so... it's kind of like whatever. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they could all out swing and kill the castle. Drawing one card just doesn't feel like it's it. With the rabbit. If I play a 4, I can also play a Rafiki, but the Rafiki kind of feels like dog shit. Because if they just play swords, like it just dies, which feels really bad. I could just play double crab too. I can kill this beast if I rip a Pinocchio off of the rabbit. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna play this. And I'm going to play the Rafiki. We're going to put Maui. It doesn't really matter what else I put in here because it's probably going to die anyway. So I guess we'll just pass. Like everything else is a lot more vulnerable than the Maui. We'll let them draw their 2 cards. And then they can choose to challenge the castle if they want. Like with their whole board, but then that effectively like taps out their board. And it gives us some more options to work with. We'll see. See what they're doing here. Like they could Zeus it and then just hit it with like a Stitch or the Kita. Strength of the Raging Fire, I assume kills Maui. We still have the crab, which can do pretty well on this board. To clear it up. Another Strength of the Raging Fire on the fox, sure. It's fine. We can still kill the rest of this board, I think. Unless they're looking to sing another removal spell, I guess. Which is also possible. If they use another removal spell, then we still have the castle, so... yeah, like they're using... this is their premium removal against us, Strength of the Raging Fires. Like if they don't have them... like I don't see... if they kill another one of our characters, I don't really see how they're not losing this beast. I see, they just pass. I mean, fair enough. Maybe they ran out of time. Guess we play a rabbit here. Can ink a friends. We could just throw a crab out too. I don't necessarily need to suit any of these guys up into the castle, but I could put all 3 of these in there. Like force their hand. Protect the crab. Kind of like that actually. Like pay 3 to make them have to do something about it this turn. I don't love that they're drawing so many cards with this single beast, but can't really do anything about it. We have kept up on ink, which is important. Like another Medusa would be good here to actually deal with this beast, but I wouldn't mind dealing with this Stitch either. For that reason exactly. We'll see what they do about that. Whole New World's like not even a good play here. Right? Okay. That's fine. We'll see what last thing they do. Actual factual key to shift. Which means this doesn't have bodyguard anymore. Well, one of them is for the champ, you know? So I think the play is just to B prep here. Is that it's enough cards to make it worthwhile, I think. But I'm probably just going to draw 2 cards as well. I mean, we could unironically just, like, Maui Crab. Nah, we want to ink something, too. I guess we'll just do this. Like, I can bully one of these with the Maui. But I think it's safer just to be prep here. They've committed so many resources to the board. I'd rather have the hook, I think, than the crab. It's close, though. But I think the fact that this can give evasive is going to be relevant. Though we're at 7 already. Our opponent really hasn't done anything. Play 2 things. Ooh, ink can play a 3, and I'll just B-prep again. Or let us rip a Medusa, and then we'll just deal with it that way. Bare necessities. They had an answer the whole ass time. Wow. It's really awkward to B-prep this. But, like, it's pretty likely that they have Whole New World. And I really don't want them to be able to Whole New World for free, I guess. Maybe it's fine if we just do this and pass with evasive. It's unfortunate that we're losing a second B-prep, but we're already halfway through our deck, so I feel like there's enough cards, especially because Maui can bully the Robin Hood if it wants, that we can, like, follow up with the other thing. And they may not even have the Whole New World, because they commit so many resources to the board. Like, it's entirely possible that they just don't have Whole New World. Otherwise, they maybe would have used it instead. It's kind of hard to say. I don't really know priority-wise what people, you know, think for this particular deck. Another Robin. Makes the B-prep look a little better. We can also just, like, kill their thing with the Maui. Like this. And they'll let them draw a card. I think that's fine. Just play here. I mean, we played this in a really bad order. I should have played that first if I was doing any of this. We ink this. I think I do, actually. It is a good card, but I think doing this is fine. If I had started with the rabbit, which would have been a better play, then we don't necessarily have the castle in play, and we just bounce the rabbit, like we rabbit bounce it, maybe even replay it. Another Robin Hood, and I grab your swords. Sure. Oh, please play another card. Shame. Well, we're definitely B-prepping this turn. I guess we're putting this rabbit back into our hand too. We don't have to be prep here, but it feels pretty okay. I could just Maui and let them draw one more card. Maybe that's better. So we can put them both in the thing again, into the location. Ink this too. I actually kind of like that better. Like Robin drawing one card just like doesn't matter. Give this evasive, put them both into the location. Pass. We're 3 ink up with a castle in play. I liked the B prep before I drew the Maui, I think. Maui makes it a lot worse because we can just answer it. Swords us again, sure. Our Mauis have been so threatening that they have to swords it, which is good for us. Draw 2 cards. Play Medusa. Kill their thing for free. Put our thing in there. Play a rabbit. I don't know, Inca Maui. I don't care anymore. This in here, quest here. I don't think there's much that they can do at 8 in these colors. I don't know what their other 3 cards are. It's really interesting to me. I don't know what these 3 cards are. That their best play each turn has been either a Robin or a Grab Your Swords. Goat would be nice. So we can end it here, but it's fine. Can just do this and that'll end it as well. Didn't necessarily need to cram this in the location, but may as well. It's kind of free. I don't necessarily think that Kita, the shift Kita is bad. I just don't think it's for this matchup. Yeah, I lost 2 seconds. Big misplay, probably. I don't know how long we're going to go today. It's only been about 2 hours, though, so we can go a little bit longer. Before we got to go find something to eat, I think. Without a Rafiki, I don't want this Pinocchio this early. I guess we have Felicia, which makes it a little more interesting. I was supposed to keep that Pinocchio. Whoops. Well, whatever. It's got some pizza. Nice. Yeah, I should have kept that Pinocchio. I fucked up on my mulligan. I definitely think that this is interesting. We don't really need the Felicia now that they haven't played a 1-drop. We can play this mini and just say go. And then on 4, we're going to play one of these two, probably. Probably the Spellbook. Like, we can just be the beatdown because we have a Spellbook already. Got some pizza. It is classic Mikey, for sure. So they didn't get a 1-drop, so they have to ink their snake. That makes sense. We'll quest here. I think we can get rid of this and just pass. And then this opens up a line where we can just like switch this out with the Fox so that we have ink going forward. And then we can just get the Spellbook in and play down behind 1. I mean, I do too. I don't really like Spellbook at all, but if you are playing a very even-matched, an even-matched game in the mirror, like the person who has Spellbook versus the one that doesn't, like it's pretty obvious who's going to lose that game. Yeah, the old tech cards are bad. Like, you need one that is a guaranteed functional tech piece, right? Something like the spellbook is a guaranteed way of being a tech solution for that. If they don't play a character to the board, I'm likely going to play the castle over the spellbook. But if they do play a character to the board, then I probably don't have a choice, because now this plus Maui just kills our thing, which is awkward. Like, I don't even necessarily need to draw 2 cards here. I can just leave this back, ink the mouse, and then gain 1 more from the spellbook, I think. Like so. So I don't want them to be able to Maui my Mim for free. And I don't need the cards this turn. We can get them next turn. I have a pretty good avenue to making Medusa bad in this matchup. That is not a good attack. I thought there was other music, I just never switched to it. I'd have to check. I thought they had more than one music track, though. I think I'm supposed to just attack this. Like, I mean, I guess they have to be kind of on the race plan, right? They don't really have much of a choice. Am I just playing goat straight up? I think this, play goat. I think so. I thought they had more than one music. Be a question for Pavel, not for me necessarily. Yeah, usually if I'd be playing alone, I'd be watching Twitch or something. If they decide to attack the fox with their goat, that's fine. Like, we're likely gonna bounce this, so I might even use this to draw 2 cards next turn. It's going well, 7. How are you? Another Minnie Mouse. Okay. Because that was like a 3-for-1 because we got to bounce the fox. Okay, so they just play out a Maui. So likely this castle's just not going to be it. That's fine. Sometimes it's not. I won't really be able to do much more than just play the fox. But let's do this to draw 2 cards first. I guess since I have the other goat, I can just, like, Medusa the Minnie Mouse. That's probably fine, actually. No, I want to use the spellbook this turn. What am I doing here? I'm just trying to win. What if I did this? And then did this, and then just Pinocchio'd the Mini. I don't even have to Pinocchio, right? I can just not do anything to it. What if I just did that? I have done okay on a few tournaments, for sure. That's true enough. Well, thanks for popping in. You can always watch some of my previous stuff on YouTube as well. Wow, Ursula! Oh shit, they're gonna figure out why Ursula's dog shit in this matchup now, aren't they? Let me demonstrate. Do we need this crab, actually? I might need this crab if they play locations. No, I don't. I'm racing. I don't give a fuck about their locations, right? Nah, I don't give a fuck about locations. They suck anyway. Yeah, holy fuck, my elo is so bad. I don't know what the hell is going on there. It's because every time that I'm in the top 8, right, twice now, I've had double losses in the top 4. you know, to get fourth. So rather than getting like a good outcome, I get like this really awkward bad outcome to get fourth, and then it just gives me an entire extra loss. It's brutal. What would I recommend for locals? So it depends on your budget. That certainly is relevant. If you're looking for something that is relatively inexpensive, the red-purple deck you can get into for pretty cheap. And I think that that's probably the way to go if you're looking to not break the bank. If you've got a master set, like, then you can probably play whatever suits your play style the best, which I think is what's important then. Because really almost any deck works fine in this metagame. Like, a lot of them are pretty good, is essentially what I'm saying. So let's play goat. Let's snake the goat. My assumption that is he means one of everything, yeah. Do I just quest with these two now? I think it's fine. I guess he could just mini the hook, but... No, I really kind of want them to just B-prep this board. Like, I don't have to go fast. Like, they're just dying to the goat. And the spellbook. Like, if I miss out on this 2 lore, I miss out on the 2 lore. I don't think it matters. Play discard. The Jafar combo, I think that deck is pretty reasonable. Oh my god, another one. Should have inked last turn, I guess. Jeez, that's so many Ursulas. What do I do about that? I can't even bounce this Medusa. Fox has evasive. I can go to 12. I mean, I could just kill the Ursula with the Pinocchio. I can just double Fox it. Maybe that's fine. So it's just not a problem. Just Fox it. Play another Fox. Fox it. I actually think I get rid of this fish hook because I would like to be able to do more shit in a turn. I think we gain 1 lore here. I think I just kill the Minnie Mouse and then I just quest with the Medusa. Actually, I still don't need to quest with the Medusa. And if they B-prep this board, they're just dying to Spellbook and Goats. Yeah, I think like the steel purple deck. I wouldn't play the one that's like all in on the Jafar combo. I would play something a little bit closer to what maybe Zepho was running in the last event, where it's like a reasonable purple steel deck, like the purple steel tempo, that also just happens to be doing some of the Jafar stuff. And I think that's probably a good place to be. Yeah, they give Maui evasive, that's fine. I think we're just doing goat. Can bounce goat for a few turns, plus the spellbook. I can even probably just get in with this Pinocchio. I just like don't need to though. Ah, fuck it. We'll get in with the Pinocchio. We'll just push whatever lore we can. 2 other Ursuls are dead, and it's like can't possibly be playing that many. So we're just gonna spellbook them out. I just don't feel like there's a way for them to gain enough lore to beat the goats. Even if I just like ink the fox and double goat next turn. Yeah, Pinocchio's a reason to quest, I think. Sure. Goat. So I go to 16, 17. They're just dead then, right? Because we gain 1 here. We gain 1 here. That puts us at 17, and then it's goat thing. So, like, no matter what, they're dead. Yeah. I just don't need the fox. We can just do this. No. I don't believe that there's a way to really do Jafar and Emerald because you're missing the whole new world then. So then all of a sudden, you just don't have... I mean, if they have a third Ursula, that's fine. Then they've got me. If you're not using the whole new world, then all of a sudden you don't really have a combo. Then Jafar really isn't a card. Because Jafar is not a good card on its own. Even with the Ursula, I don't think it's really that good of a card. The thing is, Ursula already needs a lot of help to be more than a one-time use, like, function, right? You know, she sings one song, and unless you're insanely far ahead, so unless your opponent is just not interacting with your Ursulas, you only really get to do it once. So then you can't really rely on having, like, a tapped Jafar in play and then use Ursula to draw 2 cards. Like, that's you're living in magical Christmas land there. Jafar being able to shift and then sing a whole new world right away to draw 7 and gain 7, that's pretty doable, right? That's more viable, more reasonable for as a random outcome to happen, because it doesn't need a Rube Goldberg machine for that to happen. It's just have a thing that you can shift on and then have a shift, right? That's not an unimaginable scenario. Right, but having an Ursula in play and ready to sing, and then also having a tap Jafar is a bit too much, I think. We're playing against green steel, so we need a bit of a faster hand than this. We get rid of these. We like the draw, but if they're playing... Yeah, this is fine, I think. Being on the draw is not great. This helps a little bit. But if they're on the full Bucky discard, we might lose this. The Manor. Okay. Into Captain Hook. So, in this spot, generally the Maui is very good later. I think I'm just going to get rid of the Queen's Castle for now. And I am going to run this out. Because if we need to Teeth and Ambitions, like if they play, for example, Morph, I would like to be able to shoot it. Obviously, this is a little bit of a risky line if they run out exactly Ursula, because then our hand is really awkward on ink. But if they get me, they get me. Oh, they got me. So I think this line hedged more against like Morph and things like that as opposed to playing around Ursula, which I think is fine. So I'll get rid of one of the Mauis and we'll just pass. And then we will run out this Fox next turn so we can bounce the mini to our hand, if it's still alive, of course. Since they know our hand, they may kill it if they have an option to. If they run out Ursula, it's going to be pretty rough for us, but luckily they're in a color that doesn't matter as much. Sure, they decided to smash it, that's fine. Not surprising, but they're really not pushing a lot of lore by doing that. Like, they time walk themselves to time walk us, which I don't really think matters enough. It's okay. But it only buys them 2 lore. Like, these aren't really that precious and worth protecting. It does get them to 4. I just don't know if it's necessarily enough. Like, is the juice worth the squeeze of smashing the 1/3 there to get in the 2? I'm not really sure. Maybe they have another smash for our rabbit. They just did nothing. So we have 2 choices. We can either kill one of these with the Fox by using the Rafiki as a bounce target. Or I could just play Rabbit. And then we have like this as our follow-up. I think that's fine. they're not on a, like, we're not on a particularly fast clock here. I feel like this card is going to be very good this game if we can cast it. I don't know if they really have much for locations, but if they do, 3 Babooms have been inked into a Pete. How do we deal with Pete? We just kill it when it's tapped, I guess. That is a risky attack. I can appreciate that. It's for locations, and it's also just, like, a good card. So, I don't care about Pete at all. It's, like, not even a card. I think my game plan here is just, like, Fox, bounce. See where that leaves us. We've got a Pinocchio. We can kill the Captain Hook instead. Might be better. It kind of is better. Maybe we don't have time for this whale. We don't really need it. They haven't demonstrated any locations that I care about, so let's just Pinocchio here, hit it, and then pass. And then we have some options next turn. Yeah, it's like an inkable. If it could be an Elsa, it would probably be a better card in that spot. But there's too many uninkables already. Like 16 is already a high enough number that I don't really feel like I need to be helping that along by running more uninkable tech things. So then it's kind of like what we've got, you know. And the whale does a lot against locations. It's good against a lot of the removal in the format right now. Because a lot of the removal in the format like just doesn't favorably interact with an 8/8, right? And it can clear a lot of locations and still remain untapped, which all of those things are pretty good for it. So my opponent is about to lose everything, right? And I don't even necessarily have to use this Maui to do it. I can just Fox the whatever, right? I can just Fox this. Or, sorry, I can Medusa this and just Fox the Pete, and that's fine. Like, we just won't need this Maui then. We'll just remove this, and then we'll... yeah, I guess we get the Ursula. I don't know, it doesn't... They're both equally shit, so... We just Medusa something, pass, and then now between the Pinocchio and, like, the additional Medusa and the Fox, we should be able to close this game out in just a few turns. Another Pete is, like, annoying. But it's just a 2-lore character. Like, it doesn't really matter that much. Especially now that we've got the Queen's Castle, too. What if we just killed the Megara with this? And this? And then, like... jam this. And then... get rid of the Fox? I want to ink one of these to put the Pinocchio in there. I just don't know which one. It's probably this, because the Fox can be hasty. Just put this in here and pass. I mean, sometimes, like, you just don't need the Maui anymore. Like, what location in these colors can they play that I can't deal with just a Fox and what we have on board? You know? Like, and if they're going to hit the Queen's Castle, that's fine. Then we just get to kill their Pete and draw a card. And we draw a card here. Like, they're just buried. I can even use this Pinocchio to just kill the Pete. And then I don't even have to do any of that shit. Just get to play this and kill it. Dead. You're dead. We do that. We can play this. We draw a card. We ink this. We put, I don't know, this in here and pass. And then what? Resolves. Draw an extra card. I am going to kill it because fuck it. But it looks like the game is pretty over. A valiant effort from our opponent, certainly. Yeah, they concede. That makes sense. Why not save Pinocchio and kill with Fox? Because it just doesn't matter. Now I get more Medusas. So far, nothing in their deck that they've demonstrated to us has enough power or doesn't have ward for us to not just kill with Medusa. So because we have the Fox in hand, now we just have more Medusas. Like, all their cards have been small. So we can just Medusa them, and then the Pinocchio and the Medusa are like the same. Yeah, no, they're not on the Merfolk. They're on the... I mean, even if they were on Merfolk, like, almost all their cards can still die to Medusa. I think it's kind of clinical at that point. It just doesn't really matter. The way that you decide to attack their cards is kind of the same, right? Whether it's... we just had so many extra cards from the castle anyway that we kind of could just do whatever. Little John, yeah. Oh, yeah, even if they had a way of climbing out of that, which I doubt in those colors that they really did. The castle has drawn us too many cards. Like, their best bet is Whole New World, if they're even playing it. And we, like, had 4 or 5 more ink than them at that point. So, like, even if they did Whole New World off the top and then were able to do something, like, they just weren't in a position to be able to capitalize on it in the same way that we could. We would have been just doing the same thing. They would have just had more cards in their hand at that point. Which is sort of the way that matchup works, right? Is you play your aggro as much as you can. If you run out of juice, like, you run out of juice, you know? That is aggro decks against these sort of mid-rangey control decks. Blue, purple. Yeah, Pinocchio. No Pinocchio. They could have crabs as a way of dealing with the Queen's Castle. Let's send these back. We can ink 1 Rafiki and a castle. But these will be useful later. Nice, we do a Pinocchio. Is this the ward deck if they were playing that? Interesting. I don't think they have enough Floodborns for me to care about Teeth and Ambitions. But we'll run this out. They didn't run out of 1-drops, so the Rafiki deck just doesn't matter as much. Interesting. They must not have had one turn 1. I think we blast a Grammatala here. That kind of doesn't make any sense. I think we just do this, ink here, play the snake. We did have the setup to be able to interfere with their curve if they had drawn in such a way that they went like 1-drop into snake. We could have disrupted that, but didn't have it. It's fine. I don't really know what they're playing into with these colors. Like, I understand the ramp. Presumably they're playing towards Elsa. Would be sort of the line. Given that we don't really have another play here, I'm trying to think what, like, 5-drops they've got going. I don't know, something. Like, they get Fox, it's whatever. I'm gonna do this and just kill Mickey. And then pass. I played the Rafiki because it feels like we have enough other resources to be able to afford that. Like, if we just play Rabbit next turn, or even if we play the Castle next turn. If they play Cogsworth, that just, like, doesn't have text. I don't care about Cogsworth. Or is so mid. Against this deck. It is a fine card, but it's just, like, pretty mid here. Yeah, crab into killing a thing. That makes sense. Like, sure. This is the line, the reason that you play these colors, right? So if they have fox, the castle does just die here. So I think my play is to just develop a rabbit and then pass. So the crab is a way of dealing with this castle, this specific castle, because if it's already in play, you just bounce it with the fox, target it, boom, 7, easy. So they sink 2, we can kill it with the Rafiki if they don't bounce it. They play Wendy Darling and a genie. Those are cards that you can play, certainly. I guess they're going to draw 3 cards with Genie, because I don't really have an answer to it. Wendy Darling is very interesting, I suppose. Well, we'll kill the crab with our Rafiki. And we'll play our rabbit. I'm going to ink one of these. And then, do we quest with this Pinocchio? Guess we don't. Like, we can go pretty wide against them in these colors. If they decide to just gain or draw 3 cards here, I think that's okay. Eventually, they will Genie and we will Medusa it, and then they will be very sad about that. I'm surprised that they quested with Wendy here. Ah, they're looking to bounce it. I suppose that makes sense then. Wendy feels really expensive to be just like dirtle bouncing. But maybe it's fine. We can teeth this if we're so inclined. We can't really play this castle because it just dies, which is really tragic. If we get rid of this rabbit, we are out of rabbits, basically, which feels really bad. Because then any bounce, like, we just can't really utilize it anymore. I don't think the 1 that this is going to gain is really enough to make us too concerned. I can use this and just make them overcommit into dealing with it, because then they're going to have to quest with this and still challenge with 2. Or they're going to have to play another crab. I'm not sure that that's enough for me to care, though. But I don't know what the other alternative is. Are we just playing a rabbit? You know what, maybe I do just play a rabbit. Maybe it doesn't matter. Probably could have just quested here, since we already have a tapped rabbit. Okay, they let us draw another card. That's fine. Goats are going to be good here. Like, ideally what I'd like to do is either have them play a little bit more to the board and then have us clean up the board some. With the B prep, or get down this whale so that we can sing a B prep and then play like a location and a goat or something in the same turn. The Yzma, I assume a snake. We have a Medusa, which can kill this. We can kill this with a rabbit. And then that leaves them with just Yzma. We can also just play the whale. But then it would put them to 14, which is a little rough. 14. They'd go to 9. 9 kind of doesn't matter. My only concern is that we're just like a little vulnerable to like removal, because we're just not interacting with stuff. Not removal, goats. We just are not set up in such a way to deal with goats properly. If they also played, they're probably playing the Queen's Castle and they're playing the McDuck Manor. So I don't really want to get rid of this fish hook. Maybe I don't need this whale. The whale is good against their stupid locations, though. I'm going to get rid of this goat. I'm going to get rid of one goat, and then I'm just going to pass. And then I'm going to be able to bounce this rabbit back, and then I will feel a lot better about whatever we do. Because currently we're in a position where the rabbit is like big vulnerable, and I don't like that. We're at 9. Elsa tapping rabbit. Pinocchio is a little awkward. They just have more like do nothings. That's fine. All right, there's one of their goats. They're looking to snake it to go to 11. Barf. Okay. They bounced Yzma. That feels really greedy to me. Like really greedy. And I would like to try and capitalize on that and punish them as much as I can. I think the way to do that is that we just kill the board, unfortunately. So let's do that. Now their hand is just Yzma and 3 cards, which the 3 cards could make the Yzma very good. If it's just Rabbit and Yzma, like, it's not bad. But then we just have, like, this Maleficent Dragon. They are just going to run out of raw Yzma. Nice. Our best answer to that is... I think it's getting rid of one of these castles and just Maleficenting. So I want all of these other cards. If they play a location, I want to be able to do this to just kill it. And I haven't had the opportunity to, like, run out this fishhook yet. Okay, so their hand is, like, mostly Yzmas. Oh my god, the Yzma R thing. Why? What? We have so many cards now. How do we have so many cards? What do we not need here? We need everything. All of our cards are great. Do I, like, leave myself dead to a location and just have Maui with no hook? Or do I just ink the castle? I think it's right just to get rid of the hook. Even though I hate it. I hate it. Maybe we just leave Cruella even. Ugh, maybe we didn't need to get rid of the hook. Mistakes. Mistakes were made. It's fine. We do this and pass. I think I could have just played this and then passed. I don't know if I needed to ink there. In my mind, I was like, I can play this plus the hook. but I really wanted to keep this. But I really wanted to keep this too. Another Yzma? Like, is your whole deck just Yzma? Hello? Yeah, that is a line that you can take. Now I think we just B-prep this board. And then the game is just over. I do this, I play Rabbit. I think I bounce Rabbit. I ink. Keep this for locations. Keep that for locations. Let's ink this. Let's put this in here and pass. I don't know what's in the rest of their hand. Like, there's a card over here that we don't know. Hades, maybe? It's the only thing that I can think that they would have been sandbagging this long. Oh, Cogsworth, sure. Because they wanted a follow-up. Yeah, I think we just double Medusa this board. Or just B-prep the board, and then... That's also fine. Quest here, B-prep. We'll play Rabbit. Draw, hopefully, an Inkable. Yeah, nice. Put this in here and pass. This is why Genie is terrible, by the way. 2 Genies have died and they've drawn 0 cards off of them. Holy fuck, they have Rabbit too? Okay, well maybe they just have like Rabbit and 2 Genies, and then the Genies are fine. I'm just gonna like kill both of these. Let's ink this. I'm gonna play Medusa here. Then draw their card. Play Medusa here. Put one of these dorks in the castle. Quest here. And pass. And then I think the game is pretty well over. Obviously they could rip into like goat, bounce goat, goat. And sort of bury me that way, but it's pretty unlikely to have all of those things. I mean, they're just trying to race, which I can appreciate, but let's draw 2 cards. And then we can, like, Pinocchio, tap the Rabbit. We kill this. Let them draw their card. I should have done this with the other one, because now I'm just not in the location anymore, but whatever. I don't think it really matters that much. Do this, hit the Genie. And they concede. Yep, makes sense. Alright, games played is 34. Pretty good run today so far. Yeah, Rabbit is good, Medusa's good. I think Genie is pretty mid overall. Mostly because it gets bullied by Medusa. Against decks where they're not Medusing, I do think it's still pretty good. But if you look at the things that we're losing to with this deck on ladder especially, and some of these were prior to our most recent run, we only really lose to green-purple because sometimes you just get burned out, and that'll happen. But lifetime, like red-purple is still kind of a coin flip sometimes. Since we've added the spellbook, I think that helps, especially if your opponent isn't spellbooking. Like, you'll lose occasionally to Steel Song. That is unavoidable. There are some games that, you know, in the top, say, 10% of what their gameplay is on the play, that it's really hard to ever win this. And then green-purple. So the Felicia are mostly for the green-purple matchup, right? So there's a couple of reasons, right? This deck, if you look at how it's constructed, literally doesn't have anything to do before turn 3 without a 1-drop. Right? Pinocchio doesn't do anything, Snake doesn't do anything, Fox doesn't do anything, even Crab is pretty mid without a 1-drop. Right? So you need something early. Like, Teeth has no text. Like, none of these cards really do anything unless you have a 1-drop. So that's why we wanted to go to more 1-drops. So we're at 9 right now, right? It's possible that we even need more, but we're at 9 right now, and we're so far okay with that. The reason that we're doing Felicia is because I can't put 6 Rafikis in the deck. It combines with Pinocchio because of the 3 power here to kill things like Ursula. It can kill and trade up into a crab or a snake or a goat, or it can eat a rabbit. You know, it as a card versus, say, the 1/3 mini actually can win in combat or trade in combat with most of the cards that you care about, Pinocchioing. You know, this doesn't beat a Robin like a 2/2, but this one can trade with it, which is fine. Same with Rafiki as the 3/2 on the challenge. It's the same as Felicia in most scenarios, right? This doesn't always live. Sometimes it does. But I want the Felicia to be able to Pinocchio combo and kill an Ursula. I want it to be able to, you know, take out the cards that are problematic for us. And that's really the only reason that it's there. It's also 3, which is good against challenging locations. You know, the 1/3 is just like, don't do shit against locations. They're really mopey. And sometimes, like, Felicia plus a crab or plus the fish hook is 6. That's already enough to really threaten locations pretty well. But a card like this can trade up. It can fucking kill a beast if you have a crab. You know, if you have Pinocchio and crab and a Felicia, you're just like, Pinocchio it, boom, dead. You know. So Felicia is just Rafiki's 5 and 6, essentially. I don't think it's the most exciting card, but I wanted more 1-drops because a lot of times this deck can struggle to do stuff in some matchups without it. Not every matchup do you need a 1-drop, right? And then they're just ink. Same with the Rafikis and the minis. Like, they're just ink, and that's okay. Because you need a lot of ink in this deck to play sort of the late game stuff. But there are some matchups that if you don't hit your 1-drop, if you don't have your way to play the game, it's a pretty big struggle to not just, like, lose very quickly. And it a lot of times is these really aggressive decks. You know, the Ursula deck, if you don't threaten the Ursula, literally will bury you. You know, Cloud Kicker can bounce Rafiki, but it can't bounce Felicia. And it can't bounce the snake. So if you don't have the snake, sometimes you just have to, you know, work with what you can. And if they're using Mother's Knows Best to bounce your 1-drop, like, that's fine. We had an opponent hit Felicia with Strength earlier. They just dealt 1 damage to it, and it's like, sucks to suck. You know, you discarded a 3-drop premium removal spell to remove my 3/1 because it's just going to challenge and kill your characters. So, but that's kind of the reasoning behind it. Maybe we'll do another 1 or 2 here before I want to go find some food. I may even be back again later tonight, too, if I do stop. I don't know how long I've actually been on, like 5 hours or something, because the stream died halfway through, to combine those videos later as well. So I have to think of. So we're against Blue Steel. We don't really need a lot of this nonsense, but I can ink the Felicia as well. Keep the Maui. I'll play the Felicia just so that we can develop a snake, I think. But I don't necessarily believe that it's necessary. I really don't want to get rid of a snake, actually. We could just not worry about it. But I'd like to get a 3/3 into play, but maybe we just don't care. Maybe I just don't care. Maybe because we have the fish hook, we just don't need this. Yeah, I think that's fine. Do this, play this, pass. And then we'll just snake it next turn. I wouldn't mind having a 3/3 in play. If we have to get rid of a snake for it, I will, but I think it's okay. Like, I'd like to get one of them so that we can at least threaten, like, detectives and stuff. And this can combine with something. This will be more useful, I think, than the snake, probably. Yeah, alright, fine. We get rid of the snake anyway. All that hemming and hawing to keep the snake around, and we got rid of it anyway. Unsurprising. Overthinking. One jump ahead, sure. We'll quest here. We'll play the Felicia. So we have two choices here. I can develop the fishhook now. Or I could just play the crab so we can friends. I think I'm going to play the crab. But there is an argument for playing the fishhook if we're worried about getting wheeled in a couple of turns. Because we may not have a turn to be able to play this while still playing our normal game. If we think that they're going to be able to whole new world us. Say Flaversham here. If we have the answer to Flaversham, like if we draw Pinocchio, we probably cast it here. But if we sing this, it does take that out of the equation as an option. But there's not really a choice, so I think this is fine. Yeah, I think we'll get rid of the Felicia and just play the rabbit, do this, and then we'll draw. This wouldn't be terrible. It's likely that we're just going to play this Maui next turn. We could also play the fishhook and then just kill the Flaversham that way and keep the Mauis. But I wouldn't mind having one in play depending upon what they run out. If it's specifically Beast, then I likely do just play a normal Maui. Just have it raw on the board. It makes Whole New World really awkward. We can just quest out. Run out of Beast. Sorry, run out of Maui. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Let them draw one extra card with this. I don't love that they've drawn 2 cards from this and this, but it's not the end of the world. And we don't really have an answer to these yet. A Medusa off the top obviously would be very good for us. But it seems unlikely that they're going to want to Whole New World this anyway. If they double grab, that's fine. Since we have the extra Maui, like, I don't really care if they blow up this board. They just cast it for ink here, so they can't tinker as well. They could use Flaversham to trade up. That's possible. Which I think is fine. They are kind of blowing out their board for this, though, which is a little weird. And feels a bit unnecessary. You can just, like, eat it with the fox instead. Is probably better. Put the rabbit back in our hand as well. Right, we've drawn the Medusa as well. So we hit here. I think I'm going to ink a Maui so that I can play the hook, which can give this evasive as well. I don't know if that matters, really. We do have an answer for Beast now. If they run out a second Beast, like, I still think the play is pretty typical, but we have gained a lot of lore as well. They finally have a Quill now, so it wouldn't surprise me if they look to do a Whole New World. It's unfortunate that we finally drew the Medusa if they're going to do that, but they are up cards on us, so it is not free for them to do that. Play another Beast. The Maui actually helps make that line really awkward for them. Really? How very interesting. Okay. We'll just do this then, I suppose. I do need to ink here. I think it is still just this. And the reason that I need to ink is that the only way that our opponent really does anything from here is with a whole new world. Yeah, that's so weird. What? I'm confused. Okay. It's dead now. I mean, if they don't have whole new world here, I would be... There's no shot, right? I'd really like to ink, but the only ink that I have is Maui, and I'd rather just play Maui, I think. So I guess we're just down an ink, but it's fine. Just play Pinocchio. Nah, I can lose a Pinocchio to just have another Maui in play. It's always the thing about this blue steel deck. I just like, it has no way to beat just a 6/5 in play. It just kills all of their cards. Literally every card. It's so crazy. They could have Zeused it, I suppose. Just blasted our thing. Just don't have a whole new world, huh? Okay. What if we rabbit? Maybe we rabbit twice. What do we think about 2 rabbits? And then we'll give this one evasive. Maybe they thought they had so many cards up on us that they just, like, didn't care what was getting killed. Just, like, a weird way to approach the matchup, but not unreasonable either. Guess I just get rid of this. And then we do this. It doesn't seem great. We knock out Tinkerbell. And then we play this, and we put most of these idiots in there. This one and this one. And then we give one of them evasive, like this, and just pass. And then if we untap and just draw 30 cards with this Queen's Castle, I think they're just dead. And if they whole new world us, I also think they're just dead. Because they're not really up on ink at all. And it doesn't really answer our board either. A grab your sword would be good. It would just let us draw a bunch of cards. But the fact that we just have a Maui in play means that this can't sing, or we just eat it. Like every Maui I've ever put in play against blue steel has been fucking just raw gasoline. Yeah. Imagine Zeusing a Maui that already had damage on it because it, like... Did they have another Zeus to fight this castle? +3 strength, huh? Okay. It's too funny not to do. To the Shadow Realm, Cogsworth. 3 belong. This thing. Ink this. Put the goat in here, I guess. Just imagine discarding a whole ass card to kill a Maui just for them to have another Maui. Like, ugh. Whole new world. I, for one, am shocked that they had that card. The problem being is that it's too late. We're already at 14. So it's a bit of an unfortunate situation where they just don't have the time at this point. Because now we just have a handful of goats. Which is really bad for them. They're just dead on board, basically. The game was a little one-sided. Both teams fought hard. But not a lot that they were going to be able to do in that spot. There's a lot of B preps. Go second here. Send these back. At least we know we're not going to rip just only B preps off the top. A 1-drop will be really important here to deal with a blue fairy, but we do have the teeth, which does help. If they rip a blue fairy and we don't have an answer to it, it is going to be a bit awkward. But we do have a teeth, so you never know. We can always surprise them with the fishhook. They played... there was a 4-drop to far there, so it's pretty likely that they are more all-in on the combo. Unfortunately, we're not going to have much of a game until turn 4, which is a little awkward. Hopefully we don't have our opponent just raw curve out perfect and kill us on turn 5. Honestly, this card is a lot less scary than turn 1 Robin Hood. They just passed. Interesting. Okay. Let's get rid of the location and pass back. I mean, maybe their whole hand is uninkable. Who knows? I do frequently read the Discord where our opponent's hands are just all uninkables because the shuffler is broken or whatever. And we really could have used something to deal with this, which we just don't have. Do I just develop a fishhook? Just don't think we need this many friends. Just rather put the fishhook in now. We're likely just gonna jam the goat and then hope the goat lives, I guess, to be able to blast the blue fairy before they get to draw. No, they're still gonna get to draw from it. Is there any way for us? We'd have to draw a 1-drop next turn. This is an unusual card to have in that deck, I would think. Maybe not, though, if it's more combo. Holy fuck, all we ever foxes. Yeah, alright. We just don't need that many foxes right now, either. Alright, we've played a goat. Our opponent likely is going to Jafar the 4-drop one, draw a card, which really sucks, but not a lot that we can do about it. I have some ability to, like, friends on the other side next turn, and then we can still teeth the blue fairy or potentially interact here. Fox this and hit the Maleficent as well. We can have a goat with no damage on it in our hand. Wow, they just... Well, they can't quest with the blue fairy here, or the Captain Hook, really. Because it just gets eaten by the Maleficent for free. She kind of would anyway, but... use this with teeth instead of the goat if we want. That is an option. If we assume that they're going to try and shift the Jafar and wheel, then we don't need to be as conservative with our cards either, and we don't really need the friends on the other side then, because like our hand is already pretty conscripted this turn. We have to leave this Jafar in play, but we can take these two out, I guess. So we do this, we teeth. I mean, I guess we can do this anyway, right? For teething. Right, that's the reason not to draw cards, I remember now. Whatever, it's fine. We teeth here for the blue fairy. This was a mistake. I knew that there was a reason that I wasn't drawing cards, and I just like did it anyway. It's fine. You can tell I'm getting a little tired. Like, you don't draw because you want to have these in your hand, not in play. Especially if you think that they're going to whole new world. Oh, if they're just doing that, that's fine. That I don't care about. If they beast... We'll see what they play. They play a Queen's Castle. It's a little annoying. Doesn't actually matter that much, though. Like, they're going to get to gain 2 off of it, but we can just deal with it with the hook later. So we'll do that. We'll just kill their card. We can even potentially just put this in our hand next turn as well. We don't even necessarily have to hook. Let's see what we draw, though. Ink a Tinkerbell. They play a Beast. Beast is a bit annoying. But if they're going to put their things in the castle and just like do nothing and draw an extra card with this, I don't think that I'm supposed to be prep here. Because if I be prep, I don't really have an easy way of dealing with this location. I have like no way of dealing with it, so I guess the play is just to do this, bash it, and then I need to ink something. Do I need to ink something? Yeah, I do need to ink something. Link the goat. I was considering playing the goat this turn, but I think what we're going to do instead is snake, bounce, and then give the snake our only board presence, if our intention is just to do the B prep. This is a little awkward if our opponent specifically plays another location, but like, honestly, our worst case scenario here is that they whole new world this turn. This is just like a lot of our good removals in our hand already for this beast. If they tap the beast, we can always use the Mim to trade it, which is fine, but would rather that they didn't do that and that they just developed another man to the board. Another fucking castle, okay. If they don't attack here, we actually just get to... Because we didn't fox here, we get fucking boomed. I hate it. That is really awkward. We just, like, had the ability to have this in play, to threaten this and play Medusa. And then we don't have that now. Which is a bit unfortunate. Either we let them draw one and keep the beast, or we leave the castle in play for a turn and let them draw one off of this. Because if they draw one here, it doesn't matter that much compared to drawing it off of here, because then they can't sing. Yeah, alright, fine. We'll do this, destroy that, and then we'll just... actually, honestly, we can just give this evasive and hit it for 3. Because literally everything in our deck is 4 with the hook. Let's let them get an extra card and then castle us 1 turn. I don't love it, but it is what it is. This also means that if we draw an Inkable, we can Medusa again next turn. He's Zeus, okay. I mean, Zeus Smash is pretty annoying here, I guess. But your hook can't really stop this snake. Nice. So I guess... I mean, we can develop another one of these kind of for free, right? Evasive, damage, hit the location and pass. We could have done this and swapped it out, but I didn't really think inking made a lot of sense here. I want them to play another card so that we can B-prep them. Sure. That is a card. This is an interesting take on this deck, for sure. I think we'd be prepared here. And then just play Rafiki and pass. Rafiki gives us the ability to challenge a location if they've got one. And I guess if they decide to just Elsa again, that's fine. They just run out of Jafar. I guess we just blow that up. I don't really see any reason or not to. I don't love it, but alternative is that we just draw some cards, but I can't really let them go to 15 when they can just double wheel us and kill us. Our ideal draw is probably a dragon here, actually. Just run it a raw Elsa, sure. We're a little short of being able to kill it if I also want to draw cards, and I do want to draw cards, so I think given that, I'm just going to draw some cards. Let's give this evasive, I think, and then pass. They might not have Whole New World, or they might be using this Elsa to do it. If they don't end up tapping their Elsa, if this Pinocchio is an option too. Other along came Zeus, okay. They play a blue fairy. This is an unfortunate fucking draw for us. I mean, the whale is fine, but the fairy is kind of ugly here. I think I'll play the whale, and I'll play the Rafiki, and I'll pass. Got a reader. We can give the Maui evasive as well to just eat everything that's on the board. I should have given both of these evasive. That was foolish. was actively foolish, actually. So I can kill everything on the board. I have to get both of these evasive. And then we hit here. Whale, whale. Give you evasive. Give you evasive. Oh, I didn't actually have to lose my Maui whale. I'm dumb. I already fucked it up, though. Yeah, I already fucked it, so we have to commit. But yeah, I fucked that up. I didn't have to lose the whale here at all. I could have just given the Rafiki the buff, given this evasive, hit here, here. And then we could have had Rafiki just kill that, but it's fine. Sometimes you fuck it. We should do this first. Just to see if there's a better line. Yeah, that would have been a better line too. Oh well. I mean, I'm just not playing super well right this moment. It's fine. Sometimes you don't play well. I don't know if this deck is going to have that much room for goats. So that's at least a plus side for us. We're still not in an awesome position here if they're playing this many Elsas. But I would be surprised if they had a lot of goats in their deck. So we're in a pretty desperate position here where we need either a bounce or like a Medusa to deal with this beast here. Pinocchio would also do. Okay, bounce is fine. We have a couple of options. We can bounce this to draw more cards, but I think it just has to be bounce Pinocchio to kill this beast. I think we have to do this to kill the beast. We don't have to use Maui to do it, though. We could have Rafiki kill it and just leave Maui alive as well. Like, just have it in play. It might be better just to gain the lore, though. I think I'm just going to be better off gaining the lore, and if Maui dies, it dies. So let's give this evasive. We'll give this evasive. And then we'll do that. This way, if we rip another bounce, we have the rabbit that we can draw cards with. But I think we had to kill there. We can't just let them draw cards for free. Yes, they did have grab your swords. Could have protected the Maui there. It's okay. We knew that that was a potential outcome. Let's blast Robin. Quest. Like, this puts more clock, which is nice. Like, that we might be in whole new world territory, but if they are, they only have 8, which means that they can't really do a lot in a single turn. So we're putting a decent clock on now with 4. And we can play anything that we rip off the top, minus be prepared. A location would actually probably not be bad, or just a bounce so that we can draw a couple cards with the rabbit. I might even reset the health on the snake. Have to see how much, whether it's a snake or a fox that we draw. You can basically do one spell a turn. So they're trying to figure out like what that one spell is. Kill this thing, because we rip like a god. And they concede. Nice. Is it the 24 games in a row? Not quite, but fucking close. They're 23rd in a row. Play bad, win anyway. Yeah, true. 22-1. It's a pretty good pretty good run. I wonder what our streak is. Where do we see that now? Because it's here. No, it's here. We've won 20 in a row. That's a pretty good streak, I would say. I think it's our highest streak, actually, right? This 55 is a misnomer because it's basically counting like this as a... It somehow seems to think that I have a 55, but it's somewhere in here, like it counts all 45 of these, and then like a handful of them here as the same streak, but obviously it's not, so it's a bug. Our longest streak is actually 20, I think it's this. We had a decent streak with these at like 10s, but I think it's 20 is the actual number. I think the Whale Maui is actually not bad. I think I'm going to be done for a little bit. So we're a 95% win rate on 23 games. We're currently combining this with our results last time. So we were previously 10-3. So with this, we have a total of 32-4 for our games, which I think is pretty good. I realistically should have just like started the stats over, but it's whatever. For like the all times that it actually is tracking it closer to what we're actually playing. But our total amount of games that we've played so far, which I am keeping track of all of them, is just 32-4 is our total score so far. So, yeah, I'm gonna figure out how to combine those two videos together so I can just get it uploaded to YouTube. Can't imagine it'll be that difficult, but I'll have to go do that. I'm pretty happy with the deck after the changes that we made. The Felicia hasn't felt particularly impressive, but it is just a one-drop. You know, it has done something very similar to what the Rafiki has anyway. Hey, Vortex. The Whale was pretty okay. The Spellbook did exactly what it was supposed to in all the matchups where we played it, which is that it allowed us to close out the game. The games where the Spellbook was good, it pretty well just was both of the red, purple, and we just buried them with it, right? We'll have to see if these results continue as we keep climbing up the ladder here. We're currently almost all the way through silver. I suspect that we'll be able to probably get into diamond maybe like this weekend. I think we can probably get through gold tomorrow for sure. We'll have to see if we can climb through platinum tomorrow. As long as we can keep a pretty reasonable win rate, I think it's not going to be that impossible. Because the points needed don't really go up a ton. They do go up some. It becomes like 500 per or whatever. But once you get to Master, it's 1,000 points. That's like 10 games. Even without streaks. So, like when I was... Because at the start of the season, I only played like 13 games or something to get back to Grandmaster. So like going from here to here is really not that hard. But we should be able to, I would imagine, get through this not particularly difficult. But there are some pretty bad matchups that we may start running into. We may not always be on a hot streak. So we'll just continue some tight play. And we'll do our best. I think that this list is pretty solid. I could still very easily see that this whale maybe isn't necessary, and it could just be a Maleficent Dragon. It could be a Yzma. I think Yzma's still kind of mid, but I don't hate the idea of something a little bit cheaper. It could even, like, the deck could even use something like Maleficent, like the 3-drop. And then you would sort of want to shave down on some of the, like a crab, maybe cut the whale, and then you could maybe shave one of these. But I've liked the 9 1-drops. It could even be another 1-drop. Like even with the 9, and some of it could be because we mulligan a little bit more conservatively than most. I think that there are still some spots where we don't see them, but I think if you full mulligan or you mostly mulligan everything, like a 6, then you're gonna see these pretty frequently anyway. I just would rather have a playable hand, even if it's not playable until 3 or 4, than have one that just misses a 1-drop, right? Or is full of B preps and Ursula or Medusas. So let's see who else is on. If Zeph is still streaming, we can send you over there. No, I think Zeph is done for the day. That makes sense. We've been on for quite a while. We can send you over to Sky. That'd be fine. And then I will see everybody later. So don't forget, if you are here and you missed anything, or you want to watch some of my previous games, or you want to keep up on this, you can find me on YouTube. It's just youtube.com/@GBusSBB. The link is also in the chat. Thank everybody for hanging out, and I will see you next time.